and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures, they can get so bitter. Show you want to until you can turn back. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're too scared, get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you too. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're too scared, get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're just taking sides. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Words till the coffin's in the third. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Whoop, whoop. Sound check. Sound check, 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 check. How's my sound? How's everybody doing? All right, we have sound. I can hear myself. Whoop, whoop. Happy Saturday night. Well, happy Sunday morning, I guess I should say, because it's after midnight. I'm sorry. How's everybody doing? Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I have this super light, or the super cool light, but it's an Edison bulb, which I think makes it super cool, but it gets hot and I'm getting sweaty. I'm gonna have to turn it off. Like it gets that hot. A light bulb should not get that hot, right? Like, oh no, it's warm. I'm gonna go ahead and check because, buddy, okay. Welcome back. If you are an existing squad subscriber, and if this is your first time here, welcome in. Did everybody smooch the thumbs up? Make sure you smoochy, smoochy, please. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if you're on the replay crew, I will try to timestamp this so you can skip to where you want to, because I always say hellos and chill with my chat for a little bit before we get into the content. So I want to say hi to everybody. I saw Sparkles is in here, and Aussie and Spiritual Battlestar. Welcome in. I don't think I've seen you before. And Wannabe Sleuth, and what's up, girl? How's everybody doing? Hi, Holly. How's it going? Oh, I'm looking forward to this too, Spiritual Battlestar, because this has been eating at me. Like the last 2 weeks, this has been like I can't get it off my mind. It's yeah. So I'm excited about this. I'm very excited about this. So number eight. Thank you, Holly. Thank you so much. And number eight means the eight thumbs up. Whoop, whoop. So this is probably, I'm going to try to keep this one a little bit shorter because it is already so late for my time zone. I have been on a weird schedule and school starts this week. Oh, I'm so not happy about it. All the mamas in the chat. Has school started for you guys yet? I'm not ready for my son to go back to school yet. Like, I love having him at home. I love the summer times. And, a lot of people look forward to it because it's vacation time. They don't have to work around the school schedule, all of that. I like it because I love my kid being at home. Like all day long, I get to talk to him and interact with him and make those memories, even if we don't go anywhere, even if we don't have a vacation. I still get to have those conversations with him. He's almost 17. He'll be 17 this month. That baffles me. I don't understand how he's so it's not fair. It does go too fast. It goes way too fast. It feels like he just got out of school. Like seriously? Man. And we've tried to enjoy the summer vacation, but hi Kylie. How's it going? It's Luke, you're so funny. It's cartwheel time. Oh, deep cleaning. Oh man, yeah. I've been trying to do that off and on since the beginning of well, actually, since before Thanksgiving is when I started. But we have a 4-bedroom house. Like our house is pretty spacious, okay? But it's not so spacious right now because I have a lot of clutter and I've been trying to declutter and deep clean as I go. And, I have chronic low back pain because I have an extra bone in my spine because God thought I was special or something and wanted to put an extra bone in my tailbone and or at the bottom of my spine and it's attached to my tailbone. So it makes me a little bit slow, I guess you could say. So, yeah. Oh, man. I got to get it done though. I gotta get because I'm tired of the clutter. I'm at that point now, where like I don't need all this shit. I have a lot of stuff that I save just in case. How many of you guys do that? Do you guys do that? Like I spent money on it, or even if I got it for free, I don't want to get rid of it because just in case, like, damn. Sparkles. Whoop. Hi, show poodles. How are you? Well, I don't have that problem, wannabe. I definitely don't have that problem because there ain't no booty in my booty, okay? My back, the only bump on my back is my severe sway back. My tailbone bumps out a little bit, but not my booty. My x-ray though, my x-ray looks like I have a nice booty, but there's no booty back there. So, right, Holly, it's frustrating, but like I'm almost 50. I'm in my upper 40s, and my kids are growing up way too fast. I have a grandbaby that is into everything, and like she'll be 4 in February, and she is just very inquisitive, and I'm afraid that she's going to find something that I don't know is there, and it may be something that could hurt her or that she could break and then hurt her or whatever. Like I just want it gone. I just want it gone. I have too much. And the dust. Holy hell. Like where does all this freaking dust come from? Just go away. Oh my goodness. Holly, you know what? I am so proud of myself because since last year when I started this decluttering thing, I have gone to Goodwill 7 times and dropped stuff off. Not went inside and shopped. I pulled up, I opened the back of my truck, and I said, take all the boxes that say donate on them. And they empty out my truck. I put the tailgate down and we go. I'm so proud of myself. Aren't you proud of me? Yay, me. Oh my goodness. Yes, I want to donate too. So that's one of the things that I was kind of looking into, but I'm going to have to do a little bit more prep before I can do it. Um, the battered women's shelter. I remember when I was younger, my mom had done a yard sale. And after the yard sale, we boxed everything up and we were going to donate it. And she had learned about the battered women's shelter. So she called them. They came out and we thought they were going to take it all, because it was a lot of clothing, women's clothing, obviously, because she and I were full grown women size in the house, and household items and things like that. And then I have two younger brothers. So we had little boys things too. So like toys and some clothes and stuff. So we thought they were going to take it all. They didn't. They came out and fished through every single box and then boxed it all back up and left what they didn't want. So when I pulled up the women's shelter website to look at it in my area, like what do they need? It was a lot of things that were like work clothes. It wasn't like so much what I thought it would be. It was like new packages of toilet paper and paper towel and toothpaste. And I'm like, well, I'm not getting rid of any of that. Like I want to help them with their clothing and with their houseware stuff that they might need if they're, moving into their new house or, so that's a work in progress. But I want to be able to help some way other than just donating to Goodwill, you know? Oh, what? Wannabe. Oh, holy shit. Are you all right? Oh my gosh. What kind of vacuum was it? Dare you name the brand name of it? Don't tell me it was a shark. 'Cause I love my sharks. Oh my goodness. Who lived in those shelters and going through those donations? What's the oh? And see, wannabe, that's what I want to help. Like, that's what I want to do. I've even thought about like posting on Facebook Marketplace, and boxing up specific. Like right now, I have a box in the back of my truck that I want to take over to Goodwill, but I'm debating on it now because it's a bunch of picture frames and there's a few coffee mugs. Like I opened up my cabinet, my cup cabinet, and I was like, eliminate five. There's got to be 5 cups in here that I can get rid of. I have 2 shelves overflowing with cups. Like when they're quadruple stacked, that's too many. And so I just pulled out 5 random ones. I put them in the box. Um, I put some like really nice wooden coasters that nobody uses in my house. I put that in there and then all the picture frames. And like I thought about instead of donating them, posting them on Marketplace and putting free. And then that way, if there's an artist in the area that wants to redo those frames or use those frames for other things, a photographer or whatever, like they can just come and get what they want and take it. But I'm trying to I know that if there's too much work involved, it'll it'll make me not do it, if that makes sense, like so I'm trying to minimize the work. That I guess that's the lazy side of me, but at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm helping somebody. So, Holy, thank you so much. Thank you. You are awesome. You are so awesome. Thank you so much. I do have a goal set up, so that just counted towards the goal. Um, I realized when when I went live last week, 2 weeks ago, that I made just enough to pay for StreamYard for the month. I was like, yay me! I've paid for StreamYard every single month, even when I haven't gone live. It's $45 a month. And I keep paying it because I'm like, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna do it. And then I don't do it. So I'm like, this month, yay. So thank you so much. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I have a new video that I made for super chats. Let me see. I don't know if it's really fitting because it's a train. So I guess we'll wait. It would have to be two. Because it's a dono train. I thought it was super cute. It's cheesy. You know, I'm cheesy. But we'll play a little bit of this video. Now, I'm going to tell you why I'm going to play this video though. And this is a perfect video for this time right now, right? Um, when I saw this, I didn't just hear this group of people singing a song. Okay. When I saw this video, I was like, this many people came together. They put all their differences aside. Nobody knows who they voted for. Nobody knows um, their sexual preference or, like name all the stigmas that there are out there. Nobody knows that about the person sitting next to them. And they have come together for one thing. And I feel like that's what we do when we come to true crime. We come together not caring who you are, what you look like, what your race is, what your sexual preference is, what your past is. Like, we don't care about that. We care about our focus. And so that is why I clipped this video. And I'm going to play it as a thank you for Holly's super chat. Whoop, whoop. Okay, here we go. Isn't that cool though? Like all those people, like I have no idea how many people were in that stadium. I don't know what team that was. I don't care. I think it's just so awesome that that many people came together and they all sang that song because they were happy to be there and they were focused on their goal, even opposing teams. They were like, yeah, okay, if your team wins, my team wins, whatever. They still came together and focused on the goal of singing that song. And it's a great song, right, Buttercup? So thank you, Holly. Thank you so very much. Let me get back over here on my other screen. Knocking stuff around. It's only afternoon, Aussie. Oh, so see, that's right. I forgot about that. So see, I'm just a little early, right? And I ride around until I get back over by Goodwill. Mm-hmm. Yep. They sit back there in the back of my truck. Now, right now, the box that I have in there, I can't do that because there's a candle in there too. And it's one of those big decorative candles. It's a square purple, like pillar candle. It's really pretty. So I can't leave that in there for too long because, here in Indiana, it's quite hot and it'll start melting. Oh my goodness. Okay. So is there anything that we need to discuss before we go into the all the juicy details that I'm going to share with you tonight? And I saw you said it was Eureka, and you've only had it for 2 years, though. That's, I don't know. We've gone through, I think we're on our sixth shark. We have two that work in the house right now. And I bought my first shark right after I had my son. So I guess in the last, just to be safe, we'll say in the last 14 years, we've had probably 6 or 7 vacuums. So that may be about right. That may be. Name it Dobie. That's cute. I don't know if I'd want a Roomba. My house is too cluttered for a Roomba right now. See what I mean? Like, I can't even have the good shit because there's too much clutter and it needs organized. Like shit's just kind of thrown where it fits. And let's say this. Okay, we'll sum right up with this. I am really, really good at playing Tetris. Now, if you're my age, you know what Tetris is. Okay. All right. So, is there anything else going on in the community that I have missed? Because I know it seems like one day on YouTube is like a week. Like you miss one day and it's like a week's worth of information. So, is there anything that I have missed because I haven't been glued to YouTube? It's the house elf from Harry Potter. Oh, okay. Oh, wannabe. I gotcha. I gotcha. I am not, I've never seen Harry Potter, but I've seen some of the stuff. I have a couple things that are from Harry Potter because I think that they're super cool looking, but I've never watched the movie. Don't be mad at me. I love you. Don't be mad at me. Okay, so tonight, so 2 weeks ago, I did a card reading for the Sebastian Rogers case, and I focused on what was happening behind the scenes, basically over the last 2 years, ultimately, right? Um, Nonsense is a creator on here, and she had gone live and she had read off some text messages that she had with another creator on here. Granny's watching, and they had talked about a couple other creators. One is still on here and one is not. And ultimately, we learned that Sebastian's stepfather, Sebastian's mother's husband, um, Christopher Proudfoot, was talking to a lot of these creators behind the scenes. Now, it just so happened that it seemed like these specific creators were putting, let's see, I'm going to try to be careful how I word things here. Okay. It seemed like these creators were trying to put the focus on Seth. I think that's pretty factual, right? They were trying to say, well, you're questioning Katie, but look at Seth. Look at what happened over here. Look over here at Katie. Focus on Seth. Seth God. Did you hear he said? And it was a lot of smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. But uh-oh, Aussie. Uh-oh. Hi, little Miss Sharon. Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome. So that was kind of what the card poll was about. And if you have not seen that yet, I set up a poll, and it seems like a lot of you who voted on the poll have not watched the reading video yet. Let me see if I can see it here. 32% said yes, and 68% have said no, and we have 22 votes. Okay, so I was trying to think because I wanted to make sure that when I go into detail, if you already watched either the live stream that I did or the standalone video that I did about the reading, um, that I'm not duplicating a lot of the same details if you've already heard it. But if you haven't heard it yet, then I want to make sure that I share as much of the detail as I can without going into it too much to where it does bore the people who have seen it. Uh, so thank you for voting. If you haven't voted yet, go ahead and vote. I'm going to end the poll here in just a minute. If you don't see the poll, if you close out your chat and then open it back up, then the poll should pop back up there. And while you have your chat closed, make sure you smooch the thumbs up right quick before you open the chat back up. Okay. So, okay, we're getting a couple more votes in here. Hi, Gigi. Hello, how are you? How's it going? I love seeing all of my OGs in here. Look at those stars. I love the stars. My rock stars. My members are my rock stars. Ooh. And the grandbaby is still up. She is a night owl, so you're going to hear her in the background, just giving you a fair warning. So be prepared. Uh, love, Mama Love. Hello. Under the desk in the hallway. Okay. Oh, Wolfie, hi. Yes, I saw. So Wolfie is in the hospital, you guys. If you say prayers, please say prayers. If you don't, send positive vibes. Wolfie needs some prayers. She needs to get better and recover quickly and get out of the hospital and be all good. Wolfie, as soon as I saw Tammy's post about you, I said a prayer for you immediately. Mm, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine. I think struggling to breathe would be one of the worst feelings for me. Like, I don't know. When even watching videos, like when people are underwater, I gasp. Like that's one of my one of my things. And we love you too, Wolfie. You get better. You have to get better so you can go home and be the mega mod that you are. Okay? Yeah, nightmare. Exactly. Oh my goodness. Like my anxiety starts flaring up and it's all bad. So I can't. Mm-mm. I have so much compassion for people with asthma or COPD or anything that has to do with your lungs. Oh my goodness. Okay. Amen. That's right. Oh, I bet it has been, Wolfie. I bet it has been. That's so scary. How many days have you been in the hospital? And hello, Mama Love. Okay. So so tonight we're obviously we're going to focus on the reading that I did, but we're going much deeper this time. After I recorded that original card pull video, laundry's done. Who wants to fold it? And we did the live and we talked about it. We played a lot of clips. If you want to go back and watch one of the videos, I would suggest the live stream first because we played so many clips that towards the end of the live stream mainly, and the live stream is time stamped, so you can skip through if you want to, but we shared there was a lot of information packed into that almost 6 hour live stream. Okay. It was really informational. um Heck yeah, mama, come on. You're hired. And I pay with kindness. I'm broke, so I can't give you any money, but I pay with kindness. Double pneumonia and both lungs are partially collapsed and fluid on. Oh my goodness, Wolfie. Oh my gosh. And fourth day in the hospital. Oh my goodness. That is awful. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, high dose of steroid breathing treatments. 14 new. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. It sounds like it, Wolfie. Oh my goodness, girl. Mm, I can't imagine. I am so sorry. I know you are miserable. I know. Oh my goodness. Mm, that's right. Stay tough. You got this, girl. You got this. Absolutely. You are a fighter and you got this. Absolutely. All right. Okay. Um, hang on here. I just realized my microphone. I kind of sound like I'm in a hole, don't I? Hold on. I don't have the right microphone on here. Please, audio. Oh, I see. They put my microphone hooked up to my earbud. That's not correct. I muted and coughed, but I heard myself cough. And I was like, no, hold on, that's not right. Okay, that's better, right? Is that better now? The doctor said that I had terrible insult on my lungs and left with a lot of scar tissue as a result. Yes, you are going to get better. Okay, there is no other option. I think I'm in a hole. Mama. That's right. Absolutely they can. Yes. Yes, much better. Thank you. Oh my goodness. If I ever sound like I'm in a hole, you guys yell at me because my microphone should sound like this. And now if I mute to cough, you shouldn't hear me. I apologize for coughing in your ear. And see, that's one of the things that like I have the what is it called? Albuterol breathing treatments right now because I have stuff in my lungs that I've been trying to get out too. So I wasn't gonna share it, but since you heard me coughing it up, now you know. And yes, if you cough anything up, you spit it out. Spit it out. I don't know how. When you cough it up and then you don't spit it out, you swallow it, how does it go back into your lungs? I will never understand that, but it does. It all gets clumped in there. Thank you, Wolfie. And yes, yes, you're gonna get better, girl. Next week at this time, you will be good as new. Well, good as new at home, as good as you can be. Because it'll take a little time to build your lungs back up, I'm sure. I'm not for sure how long, but I know that, you know, you'll feel good as new. How about that? We'll put it that way. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. Yes, you have to spit it out. Let me see. Oh, that's a good idea to use the foot reflexology and your hands too, right? Your hands have a lungs area that you can rub too. Yes, prayers, 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 and more prayers. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've heard of that one. Butamide and albuterol. See, my doctor wrote a prescription for the inhaler for the albuterol, but they need a prior
of course, and the doctor's office hasn't done the prior authorization yet, but I have a nebulizer that I still have some albuterol from that. And so I've been using that. It just takes longer, but Oh, look, Mama's ready to go to everybody's house and do all the dirty work. Butamide fumarate. I probably said that wrong, but I haven't heard of that. That's probably stronger than the albuterol, I'm guessing, maybe. Yep. Use the lotion. I just watched a short. Okay, I promise we're going to get into it. I just watched a short today that was showing different uses of the Vicks Vapor Rub. And they were saying that if you rub the Vicks Vapor Rub on your feet, on the bottom of your feet, the soles of your feet, that will help with your respiratory also. And I've never heard that. I've heard the back of your neck. I've heard around your ears. I've heard under your nose, on your chest, your throat, all of that. But I had never heard of it on the bottom of your feet. And the only thing that I had heard about feet is if you take the red onion and slice it and put it by your feet or in your socks up against the bottom of your feet, that it will help with coughing. But that's like a dry cough. And that actually works. And the Vicks in socks does help. See, I'd never heard of that before. So a breathing treatment machine and oxygen at home. And way more potent than albuterol. Gotcha. Yes, and they said to wear like thicker socks, but I would think that any socks would work. I remember when I was younger, my mom used to put Vaseline on her feet before she went to bed to make them softer. And I had done it. I've done it a few times, not with Vaseline, but with other like foot lotion stuff, and then gone to bed. And when you wake up in the morning and you get up and put your feet on the floor and you start walking, your feet feel so soft and tender. And so it has double benefits, right? It has to. The Vicks is like a Vaseline consistency. So, oh, it makes the cough productive. Oh, okay. Broncholator and steroid. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, you got a lot of prayers coming from right here. Okay. Our little squad here, we are all praying for you and sending positive vibes. And next week, we're going to get an update that you're already been at home for days and you're doing better and you're breathing better and your lungs are healing. I feel it. Mama, though, you know what? My dad's mom almost blew her apartment up because she was on oxygen and fell asleep with her cigarette in her hand, and it hit her oxygen tube. And yeah, she almost blew herself up. So as long as you don't go that far, I think you'll be okay. But smoking is hard to quit. That's one addiction that is so hard. I mean, any addiction, I think it's hard to quit doing what you're so used to doing for multiple different reasons, right? Yeah, very dangerous, Gigi. Very, like, we told her how dumb that was. And yeah, God rest her soul. Okay. Are you guys ready to do this? You ready to do this? Ready to get into the deets? I am gonna, absolutely, Wolfie. Of course. Of course. And okay, so I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. We have 32 votes right now. 69% of you have not watched. What have you been doing the last 2 weeks? Huh? Seriously? The last 2 weeks, 69% of you have not watched my last live stream or video? Seriously? The nerve. I'm just kidding. All right, we're going to end it. We got 32 votes. 31% of you are awesome, amazing people, and you watched the reading one way or the other, and 69% of you have not. But that's okay. We're going to fill you in tonight. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. In an apartment building? A 15 floor. Oh my gosh. I hope she never did that again. You were show poodles. You sure were. That's right. 69% of the class came without doing your homework. What the heck? Don't you know it's time for school to start again? Get on it. Oh my gosh. I was getting a breathing treatment that set off the fire alarm, and they said I was smoking in my room. I lost my shit. I would have lost my shit too. Oh, Wolfie. From a breathing treatment? What the heck? Why would it make your room smoky and stuff? Thank you, show poodles. It was a good live. The conversation was amazing. You guys were engaging, and you guys came up with memories and, brought up things that we hadn't talked about for a very long time. Like, it was great. It was really great. Okay, wait a minute. I just coughed and had to, I'm so sorry that did not mute. Why is it not changing my microphone? Hold on here. Oh my goodness. I feel so bad. I am so sorry. Let's try this microphone. Why would it do it that way? Oh, that sounds even better, doesn't it? Okay, hold on. I'm going to mute, and we're going to test this out. Okay, that worked. Now, hopefully it'll stay that way. You didn't hear the cough? Thank goodness, show poodles. That is one of my biggest pet peeves, like when people blow their nose or eat, like when you hear the chomping in your ear or the coughing or spitting, or like I can't handle any of that. So I'm feel embarrassed right now. Me too, Mama Love. I would be mad. Like, what? Right? But I don't, why would the breathing treatment be smoking? Like, was it the medication, or was the machine causing some type of smoke or vapors or whatever? Like, that's crazy. Oh, wait, here. Okay, I see. You answered. He said, because of oxygen, I could have been blown up in the room with smoking, but I wasn't. They added mucomist, and it filled the entire room, and it stinks like rotten eggs. Oh, no. Oh, no. Thank you, Mama Love. I don't like it. I still feel bad. I think we got it straightened out now, though. Hopefully. I see on my screen in StreamYard, you know, I'm in a little box below what you guys see, and I'm seeing these little green dots line up as I talk. So next time I mute, I'm going to make sure that those green dots don't light up if I'm going to cough or blow my nose or spit. Oh, I'm so bad. I'm sorry. Thank you, show poodles. Right? And do you see any cigarettes around this room? Is there a vape laying anywhere? Can you smell cigarette smoke? Don't you think you would know cigarette smoke from any type of other smoke? Yes, show poodles. Me too. Me too. But I can change the nastiest diapers. Oh my goodness. The mucomist. That's crazy though. It stinks bad. And now how often do you have to do those? Oh, your daughter. Oh, Aussie. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that's awful. I bet with all those different medications, I can understand the side effects. Yeah. Well, hopefully within the next couple days, you won't need all of that so much, and the headaches will subside, and you'll be able to get some sleep, and you won't be so nauseous 4 times a day. Ugh. Ugh. Well, we are definitely we're going to send the prayers, we're going to do the manifestations, and we are going to keep positive vibes and all the things. And you have to keep us updated. I saw that Tammy was posting, and just in case you guys, if you are not subscribed to Tammy's channel, you've got to go subscribe. Let me grab her link, because she is, hold on, I shared it on my community post the other day. She is almost at 1,000 subscribers. She is only like 28 away. So you guys got to make sure that you go subscribe. And she's the one that will give the Wolfie updates on her community post. So let me grab this, copy link. And she has 2 channels. Now this is her paranormal channel. It's where she does her readings and stuff. Tammy's channel, let me see, paranormal channel. And she has a true crime channel also. But this is the one that she's almost at 1,000 subscribers. We're going to get her there. Like, that is one of my goals, is to get her to 1,000 subscribers. Okay. Make sure you're subscribed. Everybody click the link. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Click it. Wolfie, that's what happened with my son and I both. We both had the C word. The cooties is what I call it. And we both have not been the same. We all 4 had it in our house. In 1 month, my daughter, my husband, my son, and I all had it. But my daughter and my husband were good. Like, they recuperated just fine after. And it was very short for them. For my son and I, it was longer. And we still have the issues with our lungs. So, like, when my son gets laughing really hard, which I love to hear him laugh, but when he laughs really hard, he starts coughing. And that started after we had cooties. And we've had it twice. He and I both have had it twice. It's awful. Aw, Wolfie, you're the best. Thank you, Mama Love. Whoop, whoop. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I was so sick. All I did was cough my head off, and it knocked me all the way down. Yeah. Well, we didn't. I'm thinking I'm going to go to a pulmonologist, because that's why my doctor had prescribed the inhaler for me, and she's not doing anything. So I, 1, feel like I need maybe to find a different doctor, but 2, I need to go to somebody who is more specialized in it because, I only have one set of lungs, so I want somebody who knows their shit and who can make sure that my lungs are going to survive as long as the rest of my body, So I think that my next appointment, I'm going to ask about that because, yeah, I agree. And that's right. All the love in the chat. I love it. I love the love. I love the love. All right. So I'm going to play a video while I run to the bathroom. And let's see, which one am I going to play? We're going to play this one. I made this video a long time ago, and I made 3 of them. I made one for Sebastian, one for Michael Vaughan, and one for Summer Wells. And so I'm going to, it's 2 minutes long. That should give me enough time to run to the potty real quick, and then we will get this party started. And this video is on my channel. It is not monetized. It's in my videos tab, and it is also in my Sebastian Rogers playlist. And you can share this video. You can use it wherever you need to. You can put it on all your social media platforms. Whatever you need to do, you can do it. You have my permission to do what you need to do with it. All right. Let me take this down. Sorry, the background noise. I can't, it's there. She's the boss. We just live in her world. Okay. Okay, here we go. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is a 15-year-old autistic Caucasian male who was reported missing February 26, 2024 from the Stafford Court area of Hendersonville, Sumner County in Tennessee. Sebastian is 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighed approximately 113 pounds at his last checkup, has sandy brown short hair, brown eyes, and may be wearing glasses. Sebastian was allegedly last seen on February 25, 2024, around 9 p.m. when allegedly his mom told him to go to bed. He was allegedly wearing a long sleeve black shirt with a picture on the front, black track pants with a white stripe down both sides, and he was barefoot. If you have any credible information about the whereabouts or the case regarding Sebastian Rogers, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND or 615-451-3838. Where is Sebastian Rogers? Please help bring him home. All right. 2 things accomplished in that, or 3 things accomplished in that 2-minute time span. 1, we shared Sebastian's adorable face. I went to the potty, and I figured out that my microphone is on the right microphone. Yay! Okay. Me too, Wolfie. Me too. Hi, Katie P. How you doing? Hi, Bo. You listening in the bushes? All right. Thank you for being here. Yes. Yes, Wolfie. Yes. He definitely, his smile is, yes. And one thing that I noticed too when I was watching the interview that Seth did after he filed this latest lawsuit, um, Sebastian definitely has Seth's eyes. Like, I saw Sebastian in Seth so much during that interview. He is a handsome boy. I'm good, KDP. I'm good. I'm happy I'm here with you guys. Whoop whoop. Lolo. Hi, Lolo. How you doing? I'm so glad you made it. I saw when I went live, I checked before I went live, about 15 minutes before, and I saw that there were other people that were live. And I was like, oh man, but it's Saturday night, it's a happening party night on YouTube streets, So I knew that people were going to be, spread around. And people have said that they weren't getting notifications that I was live too. So I'm glad to see that you guys are getting notifications and it's working. I'm wondering if YouTube was like, this bitch hasn't been live in like 10 months. I'm not going to notify anybody, last time I went live. So, because I feel like I was boycotted or something. YouTube is so mean to me. Boo hoo. Yes. Watching that the green tea video, that was so cute. Being able to see the videos like that of him as he got older and yeah, the birthday party videos, there were some bad things in there, but it was good to be able to see Sebastian, hear his voice, and hear him communicate with people. And yeah, that's right, Lolo. YouTube is a big old bully. Darn it. Darn YouTube. I'm just kidding, YouTube. Don't get mad at me. Don't do anything mean to me, okay? Oh, the AI through YouTube. You never know what you're going to get, okay? It's very selective. Speaking of AI. Oh, yay, Wolfie. Oh, that's awesome. That is so cool. Absolutely. The first day that you've had your tablet and feel better enough to catch the life. Yay. I'm so glad. And that's right, Lolo. We love you, YouTube. You hear us? We love you. Okay? We love you, YouTube. Was that clear enough? I want to make sure that the AI doesn't think I'm saying anything else. That's right. Put your DNA on that like button. Smooch that thumbs up. Whatever you need to do, make out with it if you want. Okay. We won't watch. Just get her done. Okay. Get her done. Yay, KDP. Yeah, that was in the last live stream 2 weeks ago. Yes. I gave out 5, and then there were 2 people that bought 5. And so we had 15, no, we had 20. Was it 20 or 25 new members? My last live stream. That's a hard goal to beat, okay? But I'm just saying. No, just kidding. I know you have, Wolfie, and I am so glad that you feel good enough to be here tonight. Like that's the most important, that you feel good enough. That means you are getting better. So the last 4 days have progressively gotten a little bit better each day, and that is perfect. That's what we want. I'm so glad that you're feeling good enough to be here. Usually you get an email? Huh. Well, it's because YouTube is a bully, KDP. So maybe they didn't send the email because, you know, I'm being boycotted, you know, blacklisted, whatever they call it. I'm just teasing YouTube. I love you. I love you. All right. So let me see here. Nightbot coming in, doing his job, dropping the links in the chat. See, I have Nightbot set up so that way my mods don't have to do all the work, you know? That's right. We love you, YouTube. See, KDP said it too. See, we love you. Oh, shoot. Let me see. So we have, I think, and this is how we get Sebastian's flyer to pop up. Yay, it worked. And then we have monkeys set up in there also. I want to do a live stream soon about Michael Vaughan. I'm supposed to be going live with Brandy and Samantha from PNW Missing to review the interview that Stacey Wandra did. So I need to get back in touch with the ladies and see when we're going to be able to do that. But that should be coming soon. But I want to do one kind of similar to like when Samantha went live the last time. She ran through like the timeline, the full case timeline, and she read all of the information off of this wonderful website. And that was very, like, the whole live stream was amazing. I want to do something similar to that, but I want to narrow it down and just focus on like the day that he was abducted, when they stole him from his family. The 4 suspects, Brandon Shirtliff, or Brad Ziegler, I guess, as he goes by here on YouTube. Right, Brandon? Brandon is the one that I believe knows exactly where Monkey is today. Right, Brandon? And Sarah Wandra is another suspect. Sarah Wandra, I believe, knows exactly where Monkey is too, because I believe that Brandon and Sarah moved Monkey from their backyard, while Stacey Wandra, the 3rd suspect, no particular order, was in jail for non-related charges. Now, he's in jail right now too, because they finally pressed charges against him in Monkey's case. And then Adrian Lucian. Adrian is a floater. He kind of floats around to lots of different states. He was in my state not that long ago. I've heard that he's in Ohio, but he knows what happened to Monkey too. I don't think he knows where Monkey is, but he knows what happened to Monkey. And Adrian and Brandon are little crybaby bitch boys and won't go tell law enforcement what really happened. So, yes, KDP, that's awesome. That is so awesome. He has, Seth has a bonfire store set up. So you can go to the bonfire link, which that's who I use for my merch also. And you can go there and buy a shirt that has Sebastian's information on it. And that is a great way to spread information, to spread awareness, to show Sebastian's face. Great way. Plus, any of the profits, which I don't know how much the profits are, but any of the profits then would go to help Seth. So I think that's amazing. And Wolfie, I will talk to, now my son still goes to the pediatrician. She's the only doctor that he's ever seen since, he was a baby. And so I will have to talk to her about him, but I'm probably going to look for a new doctor. But my next appointment, I'm going to ask about the pulmonologist. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting focused on you though, because your recovery needs to happen immediately. So that's where our focus is going for right now. Okay. The Kick Rocks shirts. Aren't those so cute? Let me see. I know I have the merch. Let's see if I do the merch exclamation mark, if that'll work. And it should take you to my store. Yeah, it'll take you to my store. So you can look at the homepage there and you can see, because each design that we make, we can put it on different style shirts. So like the Kick Rocks is one campaign is what they call it. And then the Let's Boo This is another campaign, which that's what I'm wearing right now, is my Let's Boo This t-shirt. I have two of them. I have a gray one and a black one. And then I have like 3 of the hoodies that are the Let's Boo This. And I love Bonfire. They are so good. KDP, is your shirt not one of the softest t-shirts that you've ever owned? Like, it is so comfortable. I've had mine for probably, I think, 3 years. When I first set up the merch, I ordered my own order and I love them. I live in them. And the Kick Rocks is so fun though. Okay. Let's see here. All right. So tonight, now that we're over an hour into this live stream, we've talked about a lot of stuff though, right? Oh, it's coming tomorrow. Oh, okay. Well, after you get it, then you got to let me know, because I swear Bonfire is one of my favorites. Now, I've never owned anything from like Teespring. Well, maybe I have. I have a sweatshirt that I got from, what is it? Paranormal Quest. I don't know. I don't remember who their merch provider is though. I don't know if it's Teespring or if it's somebody else, but that sweatshirt's pretty comfortable too. But I like mine better. They feel more stretchy. Like, I don't like to feel confined. And, you know, sometimes you get those hoodies where they're very constrictive and you feel like you're in a straitjacket. And I don't like that. The Bonfire sweatshirts, the hoodies, they are not like that. You can move in them, you can stretch them, but they don't get stretched out when you wash them and dry them, whatever. They go back to how they were, you know? So I like that. I don't like how tight the neck is, but that's on any hoodie. So on all of my hoodies, I've cut the neck a little bit so I can have a little, I don't know. It's something about breathing. I'm telling you guys, like, it's one of my fears, and anything close around my neck, I feel like I'm being choked. And so I cut, even my t-shirts, I cut the necks, if they're not V-neck. So I don't like it too close to my neck. Oh, Miss Fussy Pants in there. Okay, so tonight we are going back into my Sebastian Rogers card pull, but we're going deeper, even deeper this time, okay? So after I recorded my original video, the last 2 weeks, this has been on my mind. I keep thinking about the order of the cards. I keep thinking about the information that Nonsense shared that caused me to do the reading in the first place. And now we have something else to put beside all of that information, because Seth Rogers' first amended complaint against Tennessee CPS, DCS, whatever it's called there, right? So we have that information now that we can line up with that. And she's laughing, I promise. She's not being hurt if you can hear her in the background. She's in there playing with Pop-Up. So I've gone through that filing and I've read it, and then I asked ChatGPT to pull out any information that went along with what I shared in my reading video. So I like ChatGPT. I'm starting to get a little bit used to it. I took my script from my video that I made, copied and pasted it into ChatGPT, and asked to have any comparisons that are in the filing that Seth did to be pulled out and put into, like, put together with anything that I said. So like if the two things were relevant, put them together and tell me. So I'm going to kind of use that list to go off of tonight, and I'm excited about it. So we're going to put it all together. It's going to be a whole lot of stuff. So that's why I said if you didn't watch the original card reading yet, you'll still understand what we're doing here tonight, but I would strongly suggest that you do go back and at least watch the video part of it if you don't watch the live stream part of it, because the live stream was almost 6 hours. The video is under 2 hours. So it just depends on what you have time and patience for. So they are the best, KDP. I love my grandbaby. I just have the one, and she lives with me. So she's here 24/7. So hi, Taylor. How's it going? I see you made it. Whoop, whoop. Woohoo. Yeah, Gigi. And I mean, you don't have to go back obviously right now, but after this stream is over and before I do my next stream, because I think it'll make a lot more sense. Like once you go back and watch that, then you'll be like, oh, really? Because there was a lot of details in there that was like, So in that filing though, there's a lot of details that were in there that I believe are extremely relevant to some of the things that came through in my card pull. So again, let's be clear, because I don't want there to be any confusion, right? The filing does not prove anything from my reading is factual. Okay. My reading is my intuition. My reading doesn't validate anything in the filing either. Okay. So let's do it both ways there. And the things that Nonsense said happened behind the scenes does not automatically establish that every statement she heard was true. She was clear about that when she shared the information. So tonight we are dealing with basically 3 different categories of information. My reading, my intuition part of it, right? What Nonsense said happened between the creators and Chris Proudfoot, and then what Seth and his attorneys allege in his federal complaint, including the DCS records, the interviews, the intakes, and the assessments that were described or that were quoted in that complaint. So when Seth went live the other night, he said that in the filing, there are things that are quoted in there, and those quotes came straight from the DCS reports. So it's not something that he or his attorney came up with. It's what came from that report. So I'm going to try to keep things as clear as I can. So like if it came from my reading, then I'll let you know. If it's from Nonsense, I'll let you know. Or if it's from the filing, I'll let you know. Okay. So that way we are being as clear as we can be. So there's no confusion. I don't want anybody to watch this and leave here thinking, oh, well, Mandy said in her reading, and so it has to be a fact because it was said elsewhere. Like I don't want to do that. I just want to show how I feel like my reading was so on point. And I feel like my reading has been validated by the file, some of the things in the filing, but that doesn't make it factual. So you're half asleep. 4 days. Oh no. Wolfie. I didn't realize that you hadn't slept the entire 4 days. Well, hopefully, I hope you fall asleep. Okay. Hopefully my calming voice, as everybody says, it's not because I'm boring or anything, right? It's because my voice is so calming. I hope I'll talk you to sleep so you can get some good, strong, healthy sleep, because you need it, especially if you have not slept in 4 days. So you lay back, relax, set the tablet down. If something is important in the chat, I will say it out loud and you will know about it because I will speak it. So you just lay back and close your eyes and relax. Does that sound like a plan? I've had people tell me I should do AMSR. I hope they are, right, Love Mama? Oh, Taylor, I see. I see. So that's why you're awake at this hour. I gotcha. All right. For a sleeping pill, and they ordered melatonin. Well, I've had people tell me that I was their melatonin. I've had people tell me that they didn't need any sleeping medication because they would just turn my live stream on and fall right to sleep. So, and they told me it wasn't because I was boring. Okay. So, I'm going to believe them. All right. Because that's what we're going to go with. Okay. Okay. So, let me see. So we're gonna try to look at everything honestly as we possibly can, and we're still gonna ask the difficult questions, um, even if that pisses some people off, because I feel like there's been people who have not liked when we ask the difficult questions, right? Mm, mm. Okay, so Seth Rogers filed his complaint, and then it says the first amended complaint was filed July 16th, 2026. And obviously it's about Sebastian Rogers, who vanished into thin air, because that's what really happens. Mama Love, Lung, where come from? I'm confused by your question, Mama Love. I see Taylor is one that I have talked to sleep for many years. Okay. He has fallen asleep to my voice many times. Many, many, many times. My live streams. He just clicks it on and goes right to sleep. So Sebastian Rogers, 15 years old, on February 26th, 2024, when he vanished from his home on the evening, sometime between the evening of February 25th, Saturday, or Sunday, and Monday, February 26th. And he was at home with his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and the house was locked, and they were the only two inside. And he vanished into thin air. Because that's how it happens, I guess, right? So, let me see here. Okay, so when I did sorry, I was reading chat here and making sure I'm not missing anything. So when I did the reading, the reason why I did the reading was because I had turned Nonsense's live stream on after I had heard that she was talking about other creators that were talking to Chris Proudfoot behind the scenes. That intrigued me because I feel like a lot of the last 2.5 years, I have felt like Chris Proudfoot has tried to control the narrative. I even did a video that, let me see if I can find it when I did it. Let me pull it up, because I found out that Chris has been in control for a very long time. Yep, here it is. Let me see. Where's the date of this? It says 1 year ago. Let's open it into a new tab. One year ago, I know it shows the date. So the title of it is Chris Proudfoot has been C-O-N, controlling the narrative since the very beginning. I did it April 18th, 2025. Okay. Oh, man. Let me pull it up here and see if you guys have seen this or not, because I feel like this kind of will set the stage a little bit better for what I'm about to share. Let's see. Where do I need to go? Where am I going? There we go. Yeah, that looks good. How's that look? Does that look good? Is that good on your end? Little Miss Sharon, no. See, I asked before you came in if there was any tea that I've missed on YouTube over the last week, because I haven't been watching a whole lot of YouTube for the last week. And oh my, I'm gonna have to watch it. Well, wait, was he on YouTube when he spilled the tea, or did somebody clip him on Kick? Because I know he doesn't leave his live streams up after he gets done usually. I'll have to hunt it down. Joneson has it? Okay. I love Joneson. I love that. Ooh, that bitch is so funny. I love her. Yes, he has from the beginning, right, Gigi? He has been. He has been. And the beginning, though. When I say beginning, I don't mean February 26th, 2024. I mean before he was even divorced from Nina, and before Seth and Katie were finally, their divorce was final. I mean back before then. No worries, Wolfie. No worries at all. You lay back and relax. Okay, I'm going to play a little bit of this. I haven't watched it in a long time, but Chris said something. And as soon as I heard it, I decided I was going to make this video. So, oh yeah. I remember now. Okay, so it's not a really long video. It's 15 minutes long. So I'm going to play it because I feel like this is very important to share with you guys, especially if you have not seen this video. And if you have, it'll be a good refresher. Okay, we ready? Here we go.
Katie Proudfoot and Seth Rogers. This is Sebastian Rogers' mother's sworn statement regarding Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. Since returning from deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. I have witnessed him, when taking his anger out on Sebastian, grab him with both hands, lift his entire body up, and slam him down, then proceed to beat him. He has on many cases whipped him with a belt, not paying attention to where he was hitting because he was so angry.
Okay, so we have to pause it right there, because if you have never heard this, first of all, obviously, trigger warning. This is true crime. It's all a trigger warning. Okay, these are allegations that Katie Rogers, well, she was Katie Rogers back then, Katie Rogers Proudfoot made during a request for a protection order during their divorce. Okay, so this was filed on August 29th, 2016. Okay, that there's so many things about this that piss me off. Okay, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna be kind about it. This shit fucking pisses me off. The stuff that she said in here is bullshit. For after this was filed, okay, as soon as she filed it, she was given a temporary protection order, right? which most people who file for a protection order, if they show any receipts when they file, the judge will most likely give you a protection order at the time, and it'll last until you can go in front of the judge and share all of the information. Then the person that you want the restraining order against or protection order against, they also get to tell the judge anything that they need to share and any information that they want to show. Okay. Then the judge decides, okay, does this person really need a protective order? And if so, if the judge says that they do need it, then the judge has to decide how long will they have a protection order. So will it be for 6 months? Will it be for a year? Will it be for 2 years? Will it be for a lifetime? Because you can get a lifetime protection order. After they went to court, and Seth was there too, they both showed the judge all of the information that they had. Katie's request for a protection order was denied. Denied. She did not receive a protection order other than the temporary protection order. Okay. Then during their divorce, Seth was homeless because when she filed this, Seth had to move out of their family home. He had to move out because she was given the temporary restraining order or protection order. So that made him homeless. Ultimately, they were living in California. He had to find a place to live. As soon as she filed this, and as soon as the judge issued the temporary protection order. So then they go to court for their divorce and their custody information, the agreement there. Even after all this information was filed, all of these allegations that you just heard a snippet of, one paragraph from this protection order request, Seth was given equal custody of Sebastian. So the judge knew this information here, and Seth was ultimately homeless at the time, and he still got 50-50 custody of Sebastian. Okay. So I just want to make that clear before you hear this information, because in my opinion, I believe that a lot of this information is either not true at all, or it's an extreme version of what really happened. Yeah. Does that make sense? Do we have any questions? Before I hit play again. And I'll go back. I want to make sure that everybody hears all of it. We're only 30 seconds in. So I want to make sure that you hear all of what Katie Rogers back then, because she was still married to Seth, what Katie said about Seth. She is saying that Seth did these things to Sebastian. And at this time, Chris Proudfoot was already in her life. Okay. Here we go.
Matter is involving Sebastian Rogers' mother and father, Katie Proudfoot and Seth Rogers. This is Sebastian Rogers' mother's sworn statement regarding Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. Since returning from deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. I have witnessed him, when taking his anger out on Sebastian, grab him with both hands, lift his entire body up, and slam him down, then proceed to beat him. He has on many cases whipped him with a belt, not paying attention to where he was hitting because he was so angry. My neighbors informed me that during my duty days, they have seen Sebastian on multiple occasions coming outside the house, crying and looking for his dad because he had been gone for long periods of time and didn't know where he was. They have told my son to go inside and lock the door when this occurred. Seth will, on a regular basis, just walk into the living room and get naked, not caring that Sebastian is in the area and sees this. On several occasions when Sebastian expressed stress or anxiety about our separation or his daddy's anger, he would respond by telling Sebastian that this is all because mommy doesn't want to love daddy anymore. By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be present anytime that Seth were due to him, making them uncomfortable. When we went to the school to meet his teacher before the school year had started, we had just finished explaining about Sebastian's diagnosis and about the fluid on his brain, and he did something to irritate his father, who then responded by hitting him in the head in front of his teacher. And when I addressed him about it and told him he cannot do that and cannot keep doing that because it is wrong, he told me it wasn't that hard and it's fine, and people need to stop telling him how to raise his son. I found out when I took the restraining order to the school that they had contacted CPS, Child Protective Services, 1 week prior. The social worker and myself have seen behaviors from my son, such as waking up screaming and kicking in the middle of the night with terrors, fear of making a mistake for fear that daddy will beat him. He had an accident at school where he wet his pants and was terrified for daddy to find out. He is displaying aggressive behaviors that mirror what his father says and does. I've reached out to his doctor and am requesting assistance with therapy for PTSD in light of the child abuse and to help my son recover from this. I have spoken to his doctor and a referral is in place for therapy to start as soon as possible to help him with this transition and to cope and recover from the trauma that he has been through. Seth has been monitoring all of my phone calls and not allowing me to speak with anyone, including my family, without listening. And he has been monitoring every text and call that I make to catechinize me and keep me from telling people exactly what has been going on, hovering over every call that I make. On June 5th, 2016, Seth was very angry and belligerent. He stormed out of the house and got into that Chevy Cruze and peeled tires out of the parking lot. Approximately 30 minutes, give or take later, he came back, pulling in crooked and fast, jumped out of the car and ran inside the house, looking for his gun, stating that he was going to kill that blank. My neighbor was over at the time and took recording of him during that time. I responded that if he took his gun and tried to kill someone, he would wind up in jail, and that he could not do that. My neighbor went outside with him and spoke to him, where he stated that someone followed him and threw a soda at the car. Soda was all over the outside and inside of the car, and pulled him out of the car through the driver's side window and punched him in the face. He said he did nothing to provoke this and refused to make a police report after being repeatedly advised to call the police and make an incident report. He did not have markings, but was exaggerating his limp for approximately 5 minutes before walking normally again. I have also received multiple complaints at various times throughout the last 4 to 6 months from neighbors that he makes them feel uncomfortable because he is standing out front, confronting everyone when they come home or watching them. My neighbor in unit blank is in the process of adopting, and they have persons coming to their house on a regular basis. I caught Seth approximately 1 month ago confronting the gentleman because he parked in a spot and telling him he doesn't care who the F he is, and if he does it again, he'll take action to have his car towed or beat his ass. This was to a social worker there to check their home, and he knew it. Attached are pictures of our son with marks left by the respondent, which are not going to be shown here. I certify under penalty or perjury under the laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. And this is signed Sebastian's mother, Katie Rogers. From the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, receipt and notice of confiscation of weapons. The weapons seized were relinquished pursuant to Penal Code 29625D and will be retained by the Sheriff's Department until the protective order is no longer in effect. You may contact the Property Evidence Unit, Gun Desk at 858-467-4406 with any questions. In the matter of Rogers, I, Seth Rogers, declare that I am the respondent in the above captioned matter and have personal knowledge of each fact set forth in this declaration. If called as a witness, I could and would.
Okay, so this is the response that Seth filed. So this is his statement. He's listed as the respondent because she was the petitioner. And this is what he is going through, saying that this is his side, basically. Okay. Does anybody have any questions so far? And I agree with you guys. I agree. I think that it doesn't escape my mind that Chris was around at this time. And once you hear this whole story here, you will understand why I believe that Chris helped Katie write her statement that she made that we just heard. I'm trying to be very careful what I say. Okay. Obviously, it's all my opinion. I don't have to state that it's my opinion because it's my opinion based on what we hear right here. And these documents are documents from the court. Okay. All right, here we go.
confidently testify within the bounds hereto. Petitioner Katie L. Rogers, herein referred to as Katie, and I were married on June 21st, 2008, and still reside together. We have been married for 8 years and 3 months. We have one child together, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, hereinafter referred to as Sebastian. Born December 7, 2008, on or about August 29, 2016, Katie obtained a temporary restraining order against me and had me removed from our marital residence. She listed Sebastian as a protected party and obtained a child custody order through the TRO, forbidding me to see him. There is a permanent domestic violence restraining order hearing set for September 16, 2016 before this court. Since being served with the DVTRO, I have not violated the DVTRO and have had no impermissible contact with either petitioner or our son. On August 29, 2016 and September 8, 2016, I turned in the firearms I was in legal possession of to the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. Attached hereto as Exhibit A are true and correct copies of the receipts and notices of confiscation. I have abided by the terms of the DVTRO, even though Katie's actions rendered me homeless. Request. Katie's request for a restraining order is based upon the following. I was highly aggressive in my mannerisms and I cursed and yelled at her, not a basis for a restraining order under the facts. I was very angry, yelling at our son, and our son said, "Daddy hit me," not a basis for a restraining order under the facts as I never hit him. I have yelled at her and our son and slammed the door, breaking it, not a basis for a restraining order under the facts.
And I put on the screen here that to take note that Seth Rogers was not court ordered to take any anger management classes nor any parenting classes. So that's very important because this information that we're hearing all was presented to a judge. A judge looked at their allegations because that's what these are. These are allegations. These are not factual evidence. There is no documentation that we have seen that said any of this factually happened the way that Katie said it happened. So with Chris, I gotta be careful. Like I said, I think a lot of it was do you guys remember when Nina did her interview? Hi, Kylie Ray. Mob Crew showed a video. I haven't seen that. I'll have to go back and check it out. I haven't seen it. Hi, Claudia. You think the classes should have been ordered? Which classes? I mean, if the judge was going to order classes, then yes, order for both parents. And I would say the parenting classes. But the anger management classes, I think if anything that Katie said was true, I think the judge would have ordered anger management classes for Seth, saying that he peeled out in the car and slammed the doors and, like being abusive and beating, like all of that. If any of that was true, I think that the anger management classes would have been ordered. Now, I believe I was wanting to know if you guys remembered Nina, because didn't Nina say, and didn't we find out factually from the court website, didn't Chris Proudfoot have to take anger management classes? Am I remembering that correctly? I'll have to go back and try to fact check myself, but I'm almost positive that he was ordered to take anger management classes in one incident, something that happened with him and Nina. So we'll put that as a maybe right now, but I'm almost positive that it was a yes. I'll have to look back through my screenshots and see if I have that. Okay. According to Nina, for sure. So yeah. Hi, Lee. Yes. So I'm going to go back through my pictures and see if I can find it, because if I did screenshot it, then I'll have it. I don't even remember what the website would be to go back to it, but I do remember looking at the website myself, and I remember screenshotting the website. So I'll try to find it and be able to show it, so that way I can say it's factually true or not true. but I'm almost positive. Yeah. But Seth wasn't. Seth wasn't ordered to take anger management classes, and he wasn't ordered to take any parenting classes either. So, okay, we're going to continue listening. This is Seth's, basically his rebuttal. He's basically saying, no, this is not what happened. What Katie said, that didn't happen. It happened like this. This is what happened. And even if I did do this that Katie said I did, it still wouldn't qualify for a DV restraining order. So there's that too. So he's coming back with multiple different arguments, not just one, but multiple. Like, good for Seth. I cannot stand when people utilize the court system to get what they want, you know. Then it screws shit up for the people who actually need it. And that irritates me. So CP, what, Lil Miss Sharon? Yeah. The Lore Lodge may have confirmed it. I'm going to go look because I think I have the screenshots from the website. So I can show you where it says on the website that he was court ordered to take the anger management classes. Thank you, Mama Love. Send a star. Whoop, whoop. Thank you so much. All right, stick around because I'll play a video later to say my thank yous for all the support that you guys are giving. Okay, thank you. All right, here we go.
Generic allegations of temper issues, false and not a basis for restraining order, even if true. Generic allegation of drug usage, false and in and of itself not a basis for restraining order, even if true. As a result of these baseless allegations, I respectfully request the court deny Katie's request for a permanent domestic violence restraining order in full. There is no basis for her claims, and she fails to prove conduct under the Domestic Violence Prevention Act that would justify a restraining order. Incident of August 28, 2016. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that on August 28, 2016, I was being highly aggressive in my mannerisms and verbally watching her in her sleep. And I yelled at her because she is not willing to beat her son. This is not true. And even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day is that I was having a difficult time with our son. He refused to do anything I asked of him. I asked him to clean his room and he replied no, and that he didn't have to listen to me or do anything I asked him to do. And he told me I should apologize for asking him to clean his room. I attempted to appropriately discipline him by sternly telling him that under no circumstances should he ever speak to any adult, let alone his mother or father, the way he spoke to me. After this, Sebastian ran downstairs to Katie, jumped in her lap, and started saying he hated me, and that he wished I would leave and never come back. After Sebastian seemed to calm down a bit, Katie got up from the chair she was in and walked outside. And Sebastian approached me and told me he loved me and wanted to live with me after all. After this incident, I was very upset, but I was never violent in any way. Our neighbor was in the house and she said something about being uncomfortable. I told our neighbor I was going to just get some coffee and go outside to be alone. When I did, our neighbor followed me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her how I was feeling and asked her to just let me calm myself down and compose myself. At no point did I act violently toward her or anyone else in the house, and I never yelled at Katie because she wouldn't beat on our son. There was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. Incident of August 22nd, 2016. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that on August 22nd, 2016, I was being belligerent and yelling at her and our son. This is not true, and even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day was that Katie and I were arguing about how we were going to proceed with our divorce. Our divorce has been filed, and we were still residing in the same house, which created a tense situation. Although we argued, I never once acted violently, and never once did I encourage her to beat on our son, as she alleges in her pleadings. During our argument, I left the residence and slammed the door, but her claim that I broke the door is false. The door was already broken before I slammed it. Again, there was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. Incident of August 11, 2016. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that on August 11, 2016, I was angry at our son, and that our son told her that I hit him. The truth is that I never put a hand on our son. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are incidents of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration. He has been known to throw himself to the ground during these incidents. This is a very common thing for him, and others have witnessed him doing this. I have filed herewith declarations from some of these witnesses. On August 11, 2016, Sebastian suffered from an episode in which he hurt himself out of frustration. I had told him that day if he cleaned his room, he could go swimming. I asked him if his room was clean, and he replied that it wasn't. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was clean. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. At no time did I ever hit him or display any violent actions to him at all. Here it skipped straight to 20, so you will see that there is one page missing. I do not have that page. Katie's real response for filing her DVRO request. I believe Katie only filed this request for DVRO in order to gain a tactical advantage in our divorce, and specifically to get me kicked out of our marital residence. As stated above, our living situation was quite stressful as we were going through the divorce process while living together. However, I believe Katie knew she could not remove me from the home without staging a domestic violence incident. This was totally unnecessary, as I know that we cannot live together any longer and I'm willing to move out without a court order to do so. Also, I know that she did not want me to have equal custody of Sebastian, so the DVRO is also an attempt to ensure that I do not see our son. Conclusion: Katie and Sebastian have no reason to fear me. I have never harmed, harassed, or threatened them. Katie's request for a DVRO is simply a tactic she is using to try to get me kicked out of the marital residence and cease my contact with our son. I respectfully request the court deny her request in full. I also request the court order Katie to pay my reasonable attorney fees to defend against her false accusation.
Now, I know that there's been a lot of paperwork, documents that were leaked out here in these internet streets, describing you as just painting you in not a great light, for lack of a better term. And it all has to do with how you were handling your relationship with Sebastian, okay? For lack of a better term. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I know that there's been a lot of people talking about that, some people side-eyeing, etc., saying, oh, Sebastian was in a bad place no matter where he turned, so on and so forth. And I just wanted to air some of that information and just kind of lay some of that to bed. What's up with that paperwork? Is any of it actually true?
If any of that was true, California would not have given me joint legal and joint physical custody while I was homeless. If any of that was true, California would not have given me joint legal and joint physical custody while I was homeless.
When Katie and Chris met, they were both married. Katie was married to Seth and had one child, Sebastian. Chris was married to Nina and had one daughter. They both divorced their spouses, and they both made very similar claims during the process. Katie filed for divorce and custody in 2016, which we heard some of those details in this video. Chris and Nina started their divorce and custody battle in October of 2017. That battle was horrendous also, to say the least. There was a parenting plan entered in Chris and Nina's case in April of 2018. I'm betting that Mr. Chris wrote that along with any and all allegations made against Nina. When these documents came out about Katie's request for a PPO against Seth, I had said I believed Chris was responsible for a lot of what was said in the documents filed with the courts. Now we have proof he was from his own words. Let's listen.
Like I said, I'm going to break my little grace thing for a little bit. So no, I'm not going to bash the shit out of him, but I am going to put this out there for him to hear. For Seth R. Rogers and your little billboard and your little crew and all your fucking at-night little minions and whatever the fuck y'all want to call it, TikTok Tony or Little Dick Tony or whatever the fuck y'all want to call the guy. I don't give a shit.
Oh my
but
God.
I'm going to put this out there, Seth. And what you forgot was your parenting plan, still a legal document. And in that parenting plan, it says you cannot talk negatively about the other parent and vice versa. But you seem to do it anyways. So keep it up. You're just building evidence for a court hearing. Take the fucking billboards down and stop the bullshit.
Oh,
I agree with that.
We got.
And I know your parenting plan because I wrote the motherfucker myself. So yeah, the internet can break the fuck today because I'm over it.
Nah, Chris, nothing broke except for the blood vessels in your brain as you freaked out and showed the world who Christopher Proudfoot really is. Poor Sebastian was forced to live with that. We already heard you avoid the actual answer when you were asked if you yelled at your mom after court, because you sure didn't just say no, did you? I don't care how you feel about Brittney J. She hasn't said anything to deserve any part of what Chris said during this live stream. I can only imagine the wrath that Sebastian felt living with Chris. Anyway, that's all I have for right now, but more is coming soon. So make sure that you're subscribed, ring-a-ding my bell, smooch the thumbs up, and thank you so much for watching. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned, especially you, Mr. Chris. And until next time, I love you bunches. Well, there's that. I am trying to look through the website to try to find it because I found where I did screenshots, but I'm not finding the one where it said that he was court ordered to take the anger management classes. But I'm almost positive that he did. But I have one more way to do it. Let's see here. March 27th. So it's all the way back in March 27th of 2024. So let me scroll back here. March. I just want to make sure that I'm not saying it without factual proof. And I may have to find it and share it on my community post later because I don't want to take up a bunch of time looking for it right now. But I remember seeing it. I remember it being highlighted. I found, let's see, I found in here where it was back in, see, that's 313. Because his case with Nina was extremely long, extremely. There were a lot of details. And I remember pulling it up myself. There was temporary custody, vacating the hearings, motion for custody of the minor child, counsel withdrawing. See, that was from 2012, so that's a different case. See, I remember it showing up on there. Yeah, I'll find it and I'll have to share it on my community post if I don't find it. But yeah, so he wrote the parenting plan for Sebastian between Katie and Seth. So he's been controlling a lot, in my opinion, since way back when. Yeah, they weren't allowed to talk about each other badly, according to that plan, is what Chris is saying. But okay, so here's the thing though. So this is I actually show poodles. This is what I think. So in the parenting plan, Chris is saying, you know, in that parenting plan, it said you're not allowed to disparage the other parent on social media. That was so, like, Seth couldn't go on there and say, well, Katie won't let me have my son because she's a piece of shit. And, you know, like, he wasn't allowed legally to do that according to the parenting plan that Chris says that he wrote during their custody dispute and divorce process and all of that, right? Seth basically was like, that's gone. My child is not in your home anymore. My child is missing. So fuck that parenting plan. Where's my kid? You want to sue me? Sue me. You know, like that's what I took from what Seth was saying. He was fed up. He was tired of the bullshit. He found out that there were CPS visits from Chris doing an interview on YouTube. That's how he found out that CPS was involved in his son's life. So if Seth got to the point where he said, fuck you, sue me, I don't blame him. Katie was the last person to see Sebastian. Sebastian vanished when he was with Katie. No matter what happened to Sebastian, if I were in Seth's shoes, I would be saying, fuck you too. Because God forbid something bad happened to my child when my child is with somebody else, I'm going to have resentment towards that other person. Whether they could control it or not, I would have resentment towards that person. Then once we found out exactly what happened, if that person didn't have control over what happened, if it was something that was purely accidental, then that would be something that I would have to work through myself to forgive that person, or realize that that person didn't need to be forgiven for anything because they didn't do anything wrong, right? Right now, Seth has no idea what happened to his child. The only thing he knows, because Katie won't speak to him without Chris up her ass, moving her mouth like a puppet, that's what I picture when I see Katie, is Chris behind her with his hand up her ass, moving her mouth, because she doesn't speak on her own. She won't speak without Chris right there. She did one interview with that On Patrol show without Chris right there beside her. And it looked like she was reading the entire time that she was up there doing the interview. That was like 3 minutes long. Like, it was a very, very short interview. Otherwise, the only time that we have heard from Katie is when Chris is right there. Why is that? And I don't want to hear the bullshit that it's my job to protect my wife. Bullshit. It's her job to protect her child. It's her job to be a voice for her child. How's she doing that? Because she's not. I forgot how pissed off that made me. I'm sorry. Woo! Yes. Let's see. I'm reading chat. Sorry. The boss hog. Huh? Right. Where is Sebastian? Where is Sebastian? And I guess, I've seen other mothers. I was watching Trishy 818. She has a channel now with her sisters that it's called Sisters in Crime. And they were reviewing Gannon Stauch's case, and they were focused in on Letitia and her interviews and the recordings from Al and the interviews with Landon, Gannon's parents, and listening to Landon talk about her son, her children, both of them, and that were in the house with Letitia, hearing her putting 2 and 2 together. And, Letitia was the last person to see Gannon. Letitia said Gannon just vanished. Then she changed it, and then this, and then that. And, she's putting all of these red flags together. And she had to remove her emotions from that to be able to do that. She was doing press conferences. She was asking where her son was. She was trying to get answers. So was Al. Because that's what parents do that are innocent, that have a missing child. And I always refer back to Brandy Vaughan, because she has been an amazing voice for her son, Michael Vaughan, who was abducted. She knows basically what happened to her child. Landon now knows, unfortunately, what that monster did to her child. Seth doesn't know. Seth has no fucking idea where his baby is, his only child. So if he wants to be pissed off at Katie, let him be pissed off at Katie. If he wants to talk shit about her, let him talk shit. Because I don't know one person on here that wouldn't be the same way. If something happened to your child while they were with another adult, you cannot tell me that you would not be pissed off at that other adult. You can't. I mean, you could, but I wouldn't believe you. And to know that Chris has been in the picture for that long, that he wrote the parenting plan. Okay, Mick Covery, hi. Mick Recovery. She did 3 interviews by herself with the news and 1 in her house. I don't remember 3 where Chris wasn't on the camera too. Because the only one that I can think of is like on the 2-year anniversary, she did one where she was interviewed by herself, but Chris was there, because then later in the interview, you can see him sitting right there beside her and he's answering questions too. You'll have to fill me in on the other ones. And welcome. Hi. Right, Gigi. She's not doing anything to even spread awareness about her child. You know, like I hardly ever go live. I hardly ever upload videos on my channel, I feel like. And I feel like I have spread more awareness about Sebastian than she has. What has she done in the last, let's just say in the last year? What has she done? She went over 8 months in silence. And then we find out that Chris is talking to all these other creators behind the scenes. And they're the ones that are coming out pushing, well, what about Seth? Well, Seth did this. Well, Seth said this. Well, look what Katie filed in 2016. Look at what she said. This is a legal document, so it must be true, right? No, because now that Seth has filed this legal document, they're saying it's all bullshit, right? Even though Seth explicitly said the quotes that are in there are from the actual reports. That came from DCS. That's what I thought, Gigi. I can only remember just the one. I think, yeah, Landon and Albert and Brandy, they're very good examples. Dylan Redwine's mother, another great example. That woman went through so much. Mark Redwine even tried to sue her because she was accusing Mark of killing their child, which it turned out he's in prison now for killing their child. Innocent parents don't give up. When their child is missing, they don't give up. They don't shut up. I saw, Kylie Ray, I saw the pictures of them. Yeah, there was somebody who commented, Lady Freedom shared the picture of them at the casino. And somebody commented on there and tried to do the whataboutism game. Well, what about this? What about that? What about ism? What about... And I commented, and I I may have to read it to you because I laid it out. I was like, no, we're not going to do this. We've done this for the last 2 years, at least 2 years solid. We've done this and we're not doing it. I'm not doing it. And I shut it down. Let me pull it up. I'll read it to you because it pissed me off. But it was basically the summary of what has been happening. Okay, so Lady Freedom shared the picture and this person commented. I'm not going to put it on the screen because I'm not going to call this person out by name because this is a general consensus from a lot of people that follow the creators that Chris talks to behind the scenes, is the way it feels to me. In my opinion, it's what it seems like. But this person said, I'm just curious, are they supposed to never still be adults? Obviously their son is missing. However, it's weird they are at a casino and it's a big deal. But when Seth is running around lying and crowdfunding to fund his life, it's also weird Seth is still unemployed. Why? Because he's certainly not out searching for his son daily, but he's using the money well off his son's name to live day-to-day life. When Seth is out living his life, you don't see him on the internet. Is that a problem? No, it's not. At the end of the day, until a lead or the laws come up with something, they certainly shouldn't be certainly shouldn't just be sitting withering away from depression and grief of the situation. And last I heard, Seth is still on the same uncleared list as Katie and Chris. Therefore, you're saying put cuffs on them, should be putting cuffs on Seth as well. What's good for the goose? I personally don't support none of these parents. Well, that's a double negative, so that means that you support all of the parents. I'm just going to put that out there. This comment is very ignorant and hard to read anyway, and it's pissing me off as I'm reading through it, so I apologize. They all have lied and misled and changed stories over time. Seth just as much as Chris and Katie. Therefore, none of them are credible to me and never will be. I don't care how much one or the other decides to come on the internet and try to make it seem one way or another. Because guess what? They all three have gotten the same results. None. There is a child missing, and they spelled it THEIR. Just to let you know the level of ignorance that is coming from this person. Okay. There is a child missing, and the internet folks care more about adults going somewhere for a little bit than anything else. I'm willing to put my business on Seth has been to a bar or restaurant or whatever. Is he, quote, living his best life? Negative. I don't know many parents that unfortunately even lose children that never, ever be an adult again. I'm a grammar bitch too, okay? It's irritating. Like, you dumbass, okay? Sorry, but you're a dumbass. And just by the stuff you're saying. But then you add the bad grammar on it, and the misspellings, the misuse of words. Like, come on. I am not the most perfect speaker, obviously. I stutter. I say the wrong words sometimes. But usually when I say something, it's something that's somewhat intelligent. It's not ignorant. It's not lack of knowledge. I try to speak when I'm informed, well informed of something that I'm speaking on. So I responded because, I'm classy and respectful. I don't think I cussed one time. Okay. Yay me. So I responded and said, you think if Seth was out at a casino or a bar and someone saw him that he wouldn't be photographed? Come on. Seth has been doing things for his son. I won't go through the full list, but there is a list. He's been live, answering questions, spreading awareness, keeping Sebastian's name out there, and working on the new law for Sebastian. What have Chris and Katie done? Oh, wait, they've been enjoying their lives as quote unquote adults that are kid-free. What have they done for Sebastian? You don't know? I don't know either. You know why? Because they aren't doing anything publicly to spread awareness that Sebastian is still missing. As for them all being on that list of not cleared, have you ever followed a missing person case? Like ever? I once asked Vinnie Politan if he knew of any case in all of his years of covering cases where a parent had been publicly cleared by law enforcement. Even the chat struggled to come up with even 2 examples. That's it. Law enforcement generally doesn't clear publicly everyone while an investigation is still active. So acting like Seth being not cleared is some giant gotcha is ridiculous. Seth has a fact-checked alibi too. And how would you know if Seth is working or not? If he isn't, how would you have any idea why he isn't? Do you see his paycheck, his work schedule, his bank account? Do you live with the man? Don't say ignorant things like you live with Seth and you know his every move. You don't. We know what we've seen publicly. And seeing Katie at a casino, but not seeing her anywhere publicly sharing information about her missing child is disturbing, especially because this isn't one random incident anymore. It's become a pattern of behavior. She gets her eyebrows done. She goes and looks at bikes. She goes out to eat and even plays her odds at a casino. Yes, she is an adult. Nobody is saying that she has to sit inside crying 24 hours a day. But how many of those places do you think she put up a flyer of Sebastian? How many people did she tell about her missing child? How many times did she take the opportunity to say his name? That's the point. When is the last time we heard Sebastian's own mother publicly speak about him? Yeah, I can't remember either. It's been that long. When's the last time we heard Seth speak about Sebastian? And then I put a little star, looks at my wrist, about 6 hours ago, because he was just live last night. There's the difference. At least Seth is spreading awareness and trying. Where is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Boom. Hi, Sandwich. Hi, Primrose. Right, Claudia. The only time that we've seen Katie or heard about Katie out searching for Sebastian was when she was looking up into the sky at a drone and smiling for the camera. Right, Disney World, the reptile show. Yeah, And exactly, Primrose, he's also begged and petitioned for the FBI to take the lead because he feels like what they're doing currently, the people that are doing this shit currently, is not fucking working. He wants his son found. That is obvious. What's Katie doing? Enjoying her time at the casino. Let me get caught up on the comments here. I'm sorry. Now that my blood pressure is up there, and my people that are listening that are trying to sleep are probably having nightmares right now. You saw that comment, Show Poodles? Oh my gosh. She's odd to me, Claudia. Anybody who has a missing child and stays silent for over 8 months, that's odd. That's very odd. Right, Claudia, that plan, the parenting plan, should have been written by the parents working together or having a mediator who wasn't involved with the mother in a sexual relationship, intimate relationship, emotional relationship that later got married. It should have been somebody who was not involved or biased. Right, Mama Love? Well, you see my answer there. Right, Sharon? Hi, Sharon. If not for Seth, Sebastian's name would have been forgotten. Seth is the one who has been keeping Sebastian's name and face seen. Oh, show poodles. I can't imagine. That would be hard. Retired pre-K. Oh, thank you, KDP. Teachers don't get enough recognition or pay. Right, McCovery. And remember, she said that what she wanted for her birthday? Who remembers? Tell me what she said she wanted for her birthday. I can almost quote it. And how you doing, Sandwich? How you doing? KDP, if I didn't have autocorrect, I would be in trouble. Fred and Wilma, Kylie Ray, oh my goodness. I still have a couple of those images that I made way back. Oh. So she said that for her birthday, she just wanted Sebastian to not fall to the bottom of the feed. Yay, Wolfie. Good night. I hope I won't give you nightmares from me raising my voice like I was. Sweetest dreams, sweets. You keep us updated. I know she said he would have been 16 for his birthday. Yeah. Speaking like he's no longer living. He would have been 16. Yep. I remember that too. That's right, McCovery. She didn't want his face to fall to the bottom of the feed. And she's done what? So, let's see. Here it is. I pulled up where I asked Vinnie Politan about anybody who had been cleared publicly that were parents of missing children. We came up with 2. Polyglass, Mark Class. I think he was publicly cleared. Now, I didn't follow that case, so the chat is the one that had shared that with me. And then the Vaughan family. And I know what you meant. I got you, girl. The Vaughan family were pretty much publicly cleared. Law enforcement said that they were not going down the path that led to the parents. And then when Stacy's charges came out, they said that in that document, something about the family was not involved. But for a parent of a missing child to be publicly cleared hardly ever happens. So I'm going to show you this. Let's see. Kylie Ray, that's what it feels like, right? That's exactly what it feels like. No, not that one. Where is it? This one. Okay. This is what Vinnie Politan. Now, Vinnie has been in law enforcement, the justice system, one way or another, I think his entire career. His father is also a judge. So he's been in and around the justice system probably his entire life, right? So that's why I wanted to ask him.
Spirit Seeker Squad, Vinnie, can you recall a missing case where any parent has been cleared publicly by law enforcement trying to find the case? Chat said Mark Class, but any others? I have to think on that. Nothing comes to mind right off the top of my. But that's a great point, Spirit Seeker Squad. But Mark Class, yeah.
Spirit Seeker squad.
Mark Glass is a great example. Like, you're not going to let go. You're not going to let go. You're not going to stop. Nothing will prevent you. Nothing will stop you.
Amen.
Nothing will deter you.
Amen.
And it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot for anybody and everybody, because you become a public figure. And, you know, if that's not your choice, if that's not your personality, it's much more difficult. I understand. I get it. I get it big time. Okay. Thank you, everyone in the chat room. Thank you to the Mod Squad.
So there we go. You can tell what I was watching earlier. The food stuff and the Halloween stuff. So let's get back to the breakdown of the reading. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes into this live. But again, I feel like we've gone through a lot of information so far, right? How many of you knew about the information that Katie said in that filing that she did when she was trying to get a protective order against Seth and ultimately got him kicked out of their home? And you have to remember too, back then, she was the breadwinner. It's very interesting, right? Then to learn that Chris Proudfoot is the one that wrote the parenting plan. What do you think of CP's alibi never being confirmed? Sandwich, you know what? I'm not shocked because I've never taken his alibi as fact, because it's never been confirmed as fact, right? Like with Seth spoke his alibi, but then he also showed where he was clocked in and out on the 25th and 26th. So that held more weight for me because it was a screenshot of his alibi. And Chris, we got nothing. There was an alleged trailer RV park neighbor or something that came out and said that they saw him at a certain time or something. We don't know who that person was. And I didn't even give that much credit because we don't know who that was, you know? So I guess I'm not really shocked because it's never been validated or confirmed. So far. Does that make sense? Right. The talk to text. It's all right. The Lore Lodge read all of those papers. Which papers? You know, it's funny that I think that's the second time that the Lore Lodge has been brought up in the chat. When I was going through scheduling this live stream, I had scheduled a live stream back when the Lore Lodge came out with their little mini series for Sebastian. And I had set up the live stream to review those videos that he came out with. The factual information that he shared in those videos were very interesting for me. And that's one I haven't deleted that live stream setup that I have yet, because I still want to do that. I still want to go back and review that information that the Lore Lodge shared, because that information was important. Seth's boss was on a news story stating it was all on record, being at work the entire time. Okay, wait. I saw Show Poodles. I saw the interview that his boss did, but I don't remember what he had. I don't remember his exact quote. The new ones. Wait, Sandwich. What do you mean? Tell me more, girl. Are you talking about what it said in the filing? In Seth's documentation? Yeah, they definitely should have done more. SF on Lore Lodge. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. That was funny. Aiden did not back down. Aiden earned a whole new level of respect. Like, I had never watched his channel before Sebastian's Case. And when I started watching him, I was like, oh my gosh, I like this guy. 1, the research is done. 2, the research is shown. You know, it's not just him sharing his opinion. And he also gave different ideas, you know, look at it this way or look at it that way, or, you know, and he was fair. He went into researching Sebastian's case from a completely unbiased view. He didn't know what was going on YouTube. He didn't know about the creators that were talking to Chris Proudfoot behind the scenes. He didn't know about the narratives that they were pushing. And he commented on one video that I saw. Let me think. I'll see if I can find that before I say it, because I don't want to say it wrong. But he's a smart guy, right? Like, he's a very smart guy. Maybe it was on X. He did a lot of posts on X, right? When him and SF were going back and forth. That's what I'm thinking about. All the papers that Katie filed when Sebastian was like 5. I don't remember that one. So the papers that we just watched and that were being read, that was from 2016. So Sebastian would have been like 7, almost 8 at that time. My son is 3 months older than Sebastian. And so they were born in 2009. Sebastian was born December 7th of 2009. And that was in August of 2016. So he would have been almost 7. There's a lot of typo talk in the chat. Look, there's a lot of typo talk up here on panel too, okay? It's all right, Sandwich. Okay, so when I did the reading, it was after I had heard nonsense talking about Chris talking to these people behind the scenes, right? And I was like, I want to do a card pull because I need to know what does this new information mean in Sebastian Rogers' case. I wasn't worried about asking like who harmed Sebastian or where is Sebastian or did Chris do something. I was listening to Nonsense explain what she says had been happening behind the scenes, the private conversations, the creators receiving information, Chris Proudfoot allegedly communicating privately with creators, Elevated Truth allegedly communicating information to Granny's watching, different theories being discussed, people allegedly trying to influence what became public, creator alliances, maybe, people feeling manipulated or set up. But my focus stayed on what does this new information mean in Sebastian Rogers' case? That was my focus. And no, KDP, he was held back in first grade. He's on the spectrum. He's high functioning on the spectrum. And at the end of first grade, the first time, we didn't feel like he was fully ready to go to second grade yet. So we held him back in first grade. And he had the same teacher. He loved her. It was great. Very, very good choice that we had all come to. And so he is not a senior yet. He's a sophomore. So... And his birthday's in August, so he wasn't able to start when he was 5. He was 6. So he's a sophomore. Right. When Elevated Truth first started coming out, remember when he said, don't make me pull my man card or your man card, Chris. Don't make me do it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then they held hands and kissed and made up. So we don't know what he was threatening to put out. But somebody had said in the chat, I'm sorry, I forget who said it now. Somebody had said that he went live a little while ago and talked about it. I might have to go watch that later. So I don't want to speak too much on that yet because I don't know what he said, but I'm very interested if he is sharing what was said. But at the same time, it's like, how much do I trust too? You know, a lot of things that is said here on YouTube, I take with a humongous grain of salt. So I pulled 13 cards, okay? And the 13 cards were from, let me see what this is called. So I tell you the right thing. It is called True Crime Oracle Cards, okay? Comes in a wooden box. It's amazing. I love these cards. I have a few different sets of cards, and these are one of my favorites, along with my DIY set that I've made. It feels like those two sets of cards never let me down. Never. So, yeah, KDP, that's why I take it with a grain of salt. Sometimes you have to, right, KDP? Sometimes like you want them to be on the same level, I guess. Like you don't want them to feel like they're behind, and so it's what's best for him. And I'm glad that it was first grade, so he didn't feel like he was being left behind and all of his friends moved on or anything like that. You know, he was still so new to school. So, cheers. I need a drink. I love my spiced chai tea latte. It's a mouthful. Okay, so I pulled 13 cards and they came out in this exact order, okay? The first card that came out 3 different times before I finally was like, okay, this is the card you want me to take. We are starting the card pull now, so I will go ahead and take it out. I saw it 3 different times, and the card was Devil. Let me pull up the picture. Hang on. Hold, please. I want to pull up the picture that I took of my cards so that you guys can see. See, Sebastian's case. And where's the picture? Come on. Come on. Okay, so I'm going to run through the list while it's pulling up the pictures here. So, Devil was the first card. The second card was Organized Crime. The third card was Gift. Here we go. Let's do... Oh, look at that! Oh my goodness! Tarot of Hope, thank you so much! The little doggy running across my phone screen was so cute. Oh my goodness, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I don't think I've seen that one. That was so cute. And welcome in. Welcome, welcome. That was so cute. I love the jewels. Oh my goodness. Make it smaller so I can fit it on my screen here. Up here. Come on now. Nope, don't do that. There we go. Okay. Let's share. Stop sharing that. And share screen. The window, the picture. Share it. And then add it to the stage. There we go. All right. So now you can see what my This is my reading notes. So you can see the list of the cards that I wrote down. You can see what I immediately summarized from the cards when I first pulled them, and what my question was while I was doing the card pull. McCovery, thank you so much. The floating heart, that's so pretty. Thank you. Hi, Sparkleberry Shine. And thank you, Tarot of Hope. Thank you so much. You guys, I'm going to play a video and thank you guys here in just a few, okay? I promise. I want to run through these cards here and then we're going to break it down and compare it to the filing that Seth did, okay? So we have Devil, Organized Crime, Gift, Family, Caregiver, Celebrity, Regret, Dismemberment, Spouse or Partner, Imprisonment, Travel, Egotism, and Water. Now, while I was pulling my cards, I intuitively heard one word: greed. And when I had started the reading, I wrote down how far I was into Nonsense's live stream. And I was 2 hours and 25 minutes and 15 seconds into her live stream. So if you wanted to know the information that I knew when I started my card pull, you could go back and watch her live stream up until that 2 hour and 25 minute mark. But that number became significant after I was looking at my notes here on my paper, because 2/25/15, 2/25 is the day that Sebastian was last seen. Sunday, February 25th, 2024. And then the 15 seconds, he was 15 years old. Now, how weird is it? And when I wrote it down, it didn't click with me. Not right away. I wrote it down and then I went back and looked at my paper and it clicked with me then. And the 15 didn't even click with me until when I was doing the reading video that I made. The 2/25, that clicked with me almost right away, right? But the 15, I was like, I wonder what the 15 means. And then as I was thinking about it, I was like, duh, Mandy, he was a 15-year-old kid when he vanished. So it was like everything came together perfectly and made so much sense. And the cards in order made so much sense. So let's see. Okay, so what card popped out to you immediately when you just heard the cards and the order of them? And I'll let you guys answer that while I say, welcome, McRecovery, to the squad. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to play a video now while you guys are answering. And let me get up here to my videos. And here we go. Welcome to the squad, McRecovery.
Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. Can I get down so I can? I like the way you work. 2. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Come on, y'all. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Yo, say what?
Whoop whoop. She's got class and style. No Diggity is one of my favorite songs, if you can't tell. So, Gigi, the water card. I see there's so many cards that jumped out at me that it was like, oh my goodness. And then it was like the cards told one continuous story. Now, what combination of cards bother you guys the most, I guess? Like Devil and Organized Crime, or Travel and Water, It's weird, right? The gift card. And Tara, what does the gift card mean to you? And then what do you guys think about the water card? Because I took the water card as a symbolic meaning when I first did the reading, but then I also looked at it as like physically water and travel, because I had just heard Justin play Nerdy Addict's video, and Nerdy Addict had said that Chris Proudfoot told him that cadaver dogs hit on Old Hickory Dam. So the water hit me in two different ways. Devil, organized crime, travel. Yeah. And Gigi's dancing with the ballet shoes. So what do you think about the greed? Because I didn't get the greed card, but I heard greed during the reading, and I wrote that down. Like, I put it up there. You can see it. Let me see. You can see it right here where I put the star, and I put heard greed. So at the top up here under the card, I had started writing down timestamps and of things that she had said that I wanted to go back to. And she had also showed her phone screen to show that she was reading the text between her and Granny's watching. And she showed her phone a few different times. And so I had started writing down the timestamps up there. And that's all I was going to do, was take notes from her live stream. And then, like I said, at about 2 hours and 20 something minutes, I mean, it was before 2:25, but it only took me like less than 2 minutes to get the feeling that I needed to do the card pull, grab my cards and look at the timestamp and write down where I started the card pull. And that's where that 2:25:15 came in. That's when I was starting the card pull. And as I listened to her, I started shuffling my cards and pulling my cards. And that's how this list came about. So the first card being Devil. I said this, some of this is going to be repeat for you guys that watch the video of the reading or that were in the live stream, but I want to reiterate anyway. Okay. So when I pulled out the Devil card, it is not me saying that there was some literal demon wandering around. Okay. There may be something demonic surrounding this case, but I feel it's the Devil card represents more of like manipulation, secrets, corruption, unhealthy relationships, temptation, control, fear, manipulation. I don't want to repeat anything, but like those things, obsession, those are the things that come to mind when I saw the Devil card. People becoming bound together because of something that they want, something that they fear, or something they do not want exposed. Greed because Chris is greedy and has to be in control. He has to be, like, he has proven that to us. I almost feel like I could say that that is factual. Chris has proven that he has to be in control when Sebastian's case is discussed. We can go through many different examples of that, right? So, not letting Katie speak on her own. That's happened more times than not, right? And then when she does speak, he answers for her anyway. Or when she says something just like that, the short that I played in the live stream where Katie was asked about Sebastian's shoes, and she said, I accounted for all of his shoes. And the panel couldn't hear her because Chris was holding the phone, like always. And so Chris said, "Did you hear Mom?" And they said no. And he said, "Mom will not divulge how many shoes the boy has." Like, I think that's what he said. "But law enforcement has accounted for all of his shoes." And then you hear Katie say, "I have accounted for all of his shoes." Now, Chris doesn't repeat that part, but that control is there. The control that Chris showed when he wrote the parenting plan. The control that he showed when Emma on Crime Stories Obsessed and I were doing a live stream. I was on her panel and she was doing her first ever call-in show. And the lady called in and shared some information. We were very clear, but classy about how we took her information. And we were also clear that we would take all of that information and submit it to TBI. So law enforcement would have all of the information that she gave us because she thought that she saw Sebastian. And so we submitted that information. She called in, she hung up, another lady called in, was on the phone for just a couple minutes. The first lady called back again to clarify some of the things that she had said. And then as soon as she hung up, Chris called. Now, if that's not control, I don't know what is. But he came up on the phone because it was a call-in, and he started basically giving Emma shit for letting that lady talk on her channel because she had 40,000 subscribers. Control. Yeah, right. Their shoes did look very similar, right? If not identical. KDP, that's a really good idea. That is a really good idea. Because it sounds like when Seth went live the other day, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. He was live twice in this last week, I want to say. So it was either yesterday or the one before that. He insinuated that he thinks that Alaska may be a place that could be a possibility that he feels strongly about. So that's a really good idea. And their shoes, yep. And yeah, the Texas Roadhouse, yeah. That was an interesting video, especially once it was dissected. Now, watching it once or twice, not so much, but once it was broken down, yes. Yes. Last Friday night. It was last Friday night, Loma Sharon. I remember him saying it, but he feels like Alaska is one strong possibility. Like that was the one thing that he had answered. So that's interesting to me. And yeah, if anybody is in Alaska or anybody around Alaska, yeah, definitely. I have to stand up. I'm getting a Charlie horse. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'll just stand up here and do the live stream this way. Okay. So I do believe that there is something that is incredibly dark surrounding what has happened in Sebastian's case, to Sebastian's story. Okay. I'm not only talking about whatever caused him to disappear. Let me move my microphone here. But look at what happened afterward, right? The private calls. There's been lawsuits. There's been cease and desist. There's been clout chasers. There's been exclusive information, creator wars, public image, personal relationships, the accusations, teams, people protecting sources, people fighting over who has the best information, and somewhere underneath all of that is Sebastian, the child that, you know, everyone claims that they're fighting for. The temptation aspect of devil also interests me. You don't always have to directly threaten someone to influence someone, right? Sometimes you can just give them something that they want, even if they don't realize they want it. So, attention, access, private exclusive information, recognition, a personal relationship with somebody who is connected to a nationally known missing child case. All right, I'm going to try to sit back down here. Oh, Gigi, that was awful, right? That web sleuth, that was definitely a great sign of how Chris has to have control. Yep. Oh, KDP, that would be awesome. So if you could just send him the link here, I'll put it even in the chat just because I haven't yet. Oh yeah, I did it earlier, but I'm going to put it in the chat anyway, because I want to make sure that we drop it more than once. The link to the FBI flyer for Sebastian, just send him that link and have him print it out, make multiple copies of it, and or share it on his social media with people that, you know, that may be in that area too. That would be awesome. Mick Recovery, I hope that too. I hope that Sebastian's hidden away in some facility somewhere. Some four walls hiding him where he has no idea that he's even missing. You know, that's what my hope is too. I don't think, yeah. So imagine, like, try to put yourself in a place of being a creator, covering Sebastian's case, and someone directly connected to the case, to the family, begins privately communicating with you. And that kind of gives you a leg up, right? Like, that could make you feel like you have a benefit against other creators, right? Like, if you look at it from taking all morality out of it, okay, all integrity out of it, and you just focus on growing your channel, getting views, that means you have something that not many other creators have, and potentially something that you don't want to lose, right? The relationship, the access, that exclusive information. That power that could influence certain people without ever having to say, defend me, right? So this, I'm going to go over here and the comparisons where, you know, where I told you that I had ChatGPT pull things out of Seth's filing that match up with my card reading transcript. And this is one of the first things that they had pulled out. So it was back in September of 2022. And according to Seth's complaint, a DCS intake concerning Sebastian's prior SA documented something incredibly important. Sebastian reportedly said that he was afraid of what Chris Proudfoot would do if Chris learned Sebastian had disclosed the SA. The intake reportedly documented Sebastian saying that he feared that he would get hurt for telling an adult. It also reportedly noted previous corporal punishment by Chris. That was in September of 2022, over a year before Sebastian vanished, long before the conversations with creators. So looking at the devil card, and I say, representing fear and the control and the secrecy and consequences for speaking, that relates right there. I can't ignore that, right? And yeah, it's comparable. We'll just leave it at that. Does that make sense? Unspoken words between the lines influence. Exactly, show poodles. Exactly. Yes. And in the filing also, the complaint said that Sebastian separately told DCS that he felt safe at Seth's home, but they never contacted Seth. Why is that? I had to move my microphone back now that I'm sitting back down. So does devil feel like anything else for you guys that I didn't list? And does knowing that Sebastian reportedly feared consequences for disclosure, does that change anything for you guys? And do you, okay, so devil kind of hits me because I could relate it to one person, but I could also relate it to multiple different one persons, and I can relate it to the entire environment around this case. Do we know what Katie's bio father's name is? Hi, Melly Moo. I believe so. I believe that I want to say that a lot of her family history was put out, I want to say by Bullhorn Betty. I personally don't know. I don't even remember her family name that has all of the charges or convictions. I don't remember their names, but I know I have it in my folder. But why do you ask? Just curious. So then comes the organized crime card, right? So it's not, when I pulled this card, I don't think that it meant that there was some kind of like formal criminal thing that was like, you had to be this membership. Like I said in the video, it's not like you get a jacket with a badge and, all of that. I don't think it's that thing. That's not my interpretation. I think that organized crime represents like organized activity, different people performing different roles. One person possesses the information, another carries the information, someone introduces the theory publicly, another defends somebody, another attacks a critic, another redirects the attention, another manages the public perception, another creates chaos. And that, I think that's one of the things that Nonsense said during her stream. The characters of chaos. So you can have coordinated results without every participant sitting around one table and planning them all together. Sometimes people only need their individual piece. And that's where this card, I feel like, connects strongly with what Nonsense described. Let's see. December 5th, Nonsense said that Granny's Watching had contacted her and told her that both Chris Proudfoot and Elevated Truth had contacted her, and they both told her information that allegedly seriously upset her. I think that she had specifically said that she had talked to Chris, but then after her phone call with Chris, Elevated Truth had called her. And they both shared information that bothered her. Oh, the name of his fishing guide is Jimmy Jack's Fishing Lodges, Alaska. Interesting, KDP. I don't think I've ever heard that. That's one of the reasons why I love doing live streams so much, because you guys educate me too. Thank you. So some of the information that Granny's Watching had said to Nonsense about things that Chris had said to her, she said that she could kind of confirm it because Nonsense had also spoken with Chris Proudfoot. Now, she said she'd only talked to him twice. She said that she spoke to him once with Duchess on the phone, and Duchess is the one that did the first 2 interviews with Chris and Katie. And then she said the second time she had talked to Chris that her husband was also on the phone. But she said that she could not say that she could verify everything that Granny's Watching had said about Chris in their text conversation. So that's important. Let me see. So McCovery, basically what Nonsense was saying was, basically she felt like she had to put out information between her and Granny's Watching because they were friends and they fell out. I guess that one of her moderators that was around for a while had left. Nonsense, one of her moderators had left. And when she was around, she had gotten on the phone with Granny's Watching and Nonsense. And so they had a 3-way phone call. And Granny was sharing some of the information that had to do with Chris Proudfoot. So when Nonsense and her mod had split apart, basically I guess the mod had told another creator that Nonsense had information that could be important, or that something along those lines, and Nonsense went live to prove her wrong. And she said that basically she did that because Granny's Watching was not speaking up and saying that it was wrong. Does that make sense? If I understood everything that she was saying. I was trying not to listen to the drama stuff, I don't care about drama. I don't do drama. I don't, whatever. I don't got time for the drama, right? So I was trying to listen to, what did Chris say? What was Chris doing? Because I feel like that's where the importance should be like kept, like that's where my focus went, because I feel like that was the main thing. Right. The stuff that Granny's watching had said two nonsense about what Chris had said. She said that she wasn't going to validate it, but some of it, there was validation. And she read some of the texts that Granny's watching had sent also. And I think that's where we had learned about Elevated Truth talking to Chris Proudfoot, some of the things that were said between them. We heard about Clue talking to Chris Proudfoot. And there were certain things that were put out, like we found out that Clue had texted, I want to say Nick the Hat, and said, hey, I talked to the parents, to the Proudfoots, so if you want any information, I'm your go-to girl, basically. We know that Chris and Katie have been over to Clue's house. Remember when Mr. Chris decided to dress up and mock and berate Seth Rogers and went over to Clue's house to serve her papers that had to do with Brittney? It was a whole YouTube drama bullshit. And for whatever reason, he decided that it was a good idea. And Katie let him do it and laughed at him doing it to mock and berate Seth. Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Melly Moo, I mean, if that is what happened, if Sebastian was given to Katie's family, I have mixed emotions about that, right? Because one, that would mean that he's still alive. That would be amazing. But two, one of those family members is a registered sex offender for life. So if Katie would have given her child to her family to be hidden, and that family member has access to him, why? Does that make... Well, McCovery, so I will say, like with Truth, he has come out and tried to say a lot of shit ever since day one when he called into Clues. And, he was allegedly doing autopsies and he knew secret shit from law enforcement. Hell, he still knows secret shit from law enforcement some way, somehow, allegedly, I guess. I watch Joneson. If you guys don't watch Joneson, watch Joneson, okay? I don't believe anything that guy says. I'm sorry. Like, I struggle greatly with believing what he says. He likes word salad, allegedly. I'm sorry. Hang on one second. Okay, sorry. We have cameras set up in here and my grandbaby's laying down and my husband's in the other room, and I saw like this mist that went in front of the one of the cameras, And so I made my husband check it because it almost looked like smoke. And like, I didn't know if there was a candle that he had blown out, or like, I just wanted to be safe. I've been through a house fire. Okay. Whew. So anywho, I agree with Gigi. Chris was putting out a narrative and wanted the YouTube channels to spread it. And that is a perfect summary. And I also agree with the whole reason SF was hired was to take the shade off the Proudfoots and place it on Seth. Because why else would SF go on X and post that shit about Seth? I agree. And yes, and that was when he mocked Seth. Yes. I'm catching up on the comments here. I'm sorry. So yeah, and that whole, so there was a question, I guess. So when Granny's Watching and Elevated Truth had talked behind the scenes, they had discussed the possibility of Katie being pregnant. I don't even know if I can say it. Not by Chris. And so Granny's Watching said that she felt disturbed by that conversation. And then that was in December. I want to say 2024. And then a couple months later, I think, hold on. I know Johnson just made a post. Let me look. Hold please. Because she broke it down, the dates. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, wait, that makes more sense. And this isn't me doing the drama, okay? This is just me filling in what has been said and going around and all of that. So let me see. I want to read it to you. She posts a lot. Okay, here it is. So the reason why, I guess, Truth had said that he had that conversation with Granny's Watching was because of something that Bullhorn Betty said. He tried to say that Bullhorn Betty had said that it was possible that Katie was pregnant. And let's see. So Bullhorn Betty did a stream where she had talked about, I believe, incest, but she never specifically said anything about who, and she never said Katie being pregnant. Like, that didn't come up. And that was in May of 2024. Granny's Watching and Truth had a conversation in December of 2024. So Bullhorn Betty went live in May of 2024. Then GW and ET spoke in December of 2024. Then BHB talks about a theory in December of 2024 after those two had that phone call. And then GW panel with discussion was in May of 2025. So originally, ET was trying to say, I had the question because BHB went live and BHB said that Katie might be pregnant. And that's why I was questioning that. And that's why I had talked to GW about it. But BHB never said that. That wasn't anything that BHB said. So that was in, their phone call was in December. But then BHB did talk about Katie possibly being pregnant after the phone call, because the phone call that they had was early December. I want to say I heard like December 5th or something. So then BHB did go live in December of 2024 after their phone call. and said something about Katie being pregnant. Again, I don't know if she said by who, but she had said something about Katie being pregnant. Then Granny's Watching had a panel, and there was a big discussion about it in March of 2025. So what started it off publicly about this situation was because I guess after that phone call that the two had, GW and ET, after that phone call, ET had talked to Clune and CNC, okay? Then GW had talked to J4J. And they all 5 kept it behind the scenes. Well, then at one point, J4J was like, no, fuck that. Why would he say something about Katie being pregnant by her own child? Like, where did that come from? I want to know why that even became a question in this dude's head. Yes, a telephone game. Exactly. And so J4J got on one of her alternate accounts, I guess, and ET was live, and she went in there and asked ET why he came up with that theory. Like, why would you say that? Where did that come from? She was curious. And I just saw an orb in my living room. And so that kind of opened the can of worms, because then ET's like, whoa, wait, that was a private conversation. How dare you go and tell somebody about our private conversation? And was she on the call? Did you record the call? Like, there were only 2 of us on that call. Okay. But you went and told 2 other people too. So that part, kind of was like, whatever. But Jay coming out and asking, that's what opened the can of worms, basically. And then there was a whole rumor that the old account that Jay was using, it had to do with another creator who I don't even think that they're on here anymore. But they said that it was a picture of Clue's ex that is an RSO, the one that has the same name as Chris's sister's husband. And it wasn't a picture of him. It was a picture of a creator who's no longer on YouTube, as far as I know. So there was a bunch of drama into it, and it took me a little while to piece those pieces together. And if I got anything wrong, please let me know. But I did watch when J4J reviewed the panel, and she explained her side of things, why she asked and why she was concerned about it. And yeah, she also said that the whole panel knew that it was not Clue's ex in that picture for 2 weeks before they did that live stream, and told the entire chat that it was Jay using Clue's ex's picture. So the drama, okay, the drama. Don't hate me. I'm just here sharing the drama, okay? But I feel like that is important, because that's one incident. That's one little tiny piece of this whole big fuckery shit that has happened in Sebastian's case by people who talked to Chris Proudfoot behind the scenes. Like, tell me this is not wild, right? It's so wild. Oh, man. Sorry, looking at chat here again. Mick Recovery, I like Jonesin too. There's not a lot of people that I don't like. Hi, Deborah Dixon. The Mist with Spirit. It could have been that where that camera is sitting. I catch orbs in there all the time. I uploaded a short and showed all the orbs that I caught within like 90 seconds in that room. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it was. It was just strange. The way it looked like there was smoke. And like I said, I've already been through one house fire. I am not going, so I'm not even going to speak it. So, okay, let's see. And welcome, Deborah. How long into the case was that? Because I believe I got to may have been pregnant and SA also in first or second channeling was at Barnes. Tarot of Hope, like I said, it was in 2024, May. May was BHB's live stream about the incest stuff. And then December of 2024 was their phone call where they had discussed that being a possibility. I think Chris plays up as being the bad guy and spreading narratives to YouTube to put focus on him so we don't look at Katie. Melly Moo, I agree with that. I agree. But why? Like, why is that where you would go with it? You know, like so this is the way I see it. And I said this in my reading video, that if I were one of the parents or one of the family members and people were looking at me, I would say, dissect the fuck out of me. Okay? Keep digging and digging and digging until you can't dig anymore. Rule me out, get off my back, and let's go find my kid. Right? So why is Chris trying to control everything? Not just the narrative, but everything. Sorry, I have chat pulled up in 2 different places here, so I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Game of telephone. That's exactly what it felt like. Yep. And me too. Jay was honest, you know? She was definitely honest about it, and she put it out there and was like, look, here you go, you know? A week or so ago. SA comes through. See, I've never felt SA. I've never felt like that was... I feel like there's abuse. But like it said in the filing, corporal punishment is kind of where I am drawn to more. I don't feel like SA has been on my radar, at least. Oh. Really, Gigi? I guess I didn't realize that. But, yeah. It's weird, CP getting angry about his truck and mom, but not what was said about Kate. Well, when he went up on panel about that question after Jay had asked, 2 weeks after she had asked, Chris was told what Jay had said. Chris was brought up on that panel. Okay, so we're not going to sugarcoat this either, right? So QB had went live to basically call Jay out. And Clue was up there. ET was up there. GW ended up coming up there. And they showed Jay's comment. And GW seemed honestly surprised what was happening. And so she contacted Jay. Well, Jay was live. She had texted Jay and was trying to find out, like, did you do this? Did you go into his chat and ask him about what I told you in private, basically? And then did you use Clue's ex's picture for that account that you left the comment under? And so Jay came up on that panel. I don't know what happened on her live. She was still live because I remember her saying, I got to get back to my own live. But she came up on QB's panel and she admitted to it. Yes, that was me. Yes, I asked the question. Yes, I wanted to know. Why would you come up with that? I'm sorry if that bothered anybody. That's not what I was trying to do. And no, it wasn't the ex in the picture. And, she named who the picture was. And, well, then the narrative changed a little bit. And it wasn't so much about the ex being the picture. It was more focused on why would you bring that into the public? And she was like, because I wanted to know, like, I don't talk to him in private. And so I wanted to ask the question. I don't see what's wrong with him answering, like he had the thought, why not share with the class, basically, is what I got from it. So she held her own. She answered honestly. While they're having this conversation, somebody, and I'm not going to say who, but if you watched it, somebody contacted Chris Proudfoot and told him what was going on. Then E.T. leaves the panel or mutes or whatever and says he'll be back, that he had a phone call or something. And then shortly after that, Chris Proudfoot pops up on panel. And the comment was full screen on the panel when he came up. And so she removed it and he was like, put that back up. Put it back up there. Put it back on the screen. And he started reaming into every one of their asses and then gave them kudos. Like, you guys are better than this. What are you guys doing? Why are we doing this? And it was a whole mess. I have a headache even trying to explain it in that short summary. Oh my goodness. All right, let me keep going here through the chat here. So Little Miss Sharon, he did get upset about it, but it was short-lived, I guess. So maybe it is something that, because obviously E.T. is saying that BHB said Katie could be pregnant before he had the conversation with GW. But now we know that that's factually incorrect. BHB did not say that Katie could be pregnant when she did the live stream in May of 2024. She didn't say that until after the phone call in December of 2024. So where did that come from? If ET is not being honest, or even if he misremembers and wants to blame it on BHB, she is not guilty of saying that before he said it. So is it possible that it came from Chris? Is it possible that that was brought up some way, somehow? We've heard Chris talk in riddles. I mean, E.T. talks in crazy riddles, but we've heard Chris talk in riddles too. And Chris is very selective about his words, the way that he words things. Deborah, that is amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Seeing the misty spirit in my home when my mother was close to death. It turned up in a photo. My sister-in-law was staying here in my home. She's very, very spiritual. And yes, the photo was amazing. I love that. Thank you for sharing that. I don't know that I've caught mist in pictures, but I've definitely caught some crazy ass orbs. Right. Crystal clear my ass. Crystal clear as mud, okay? Crystal clear as mud. Mud pie. Nice and thick mud. Okay, so let's see here. So that's a summary. That's an hour-long summary of why I see the organized crime card as representing the organized information and influence. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. That was the long way around it, right? So let's see. Then the filing. Let me see what this says about that. So back in So it says, during an October home visit, Chris reportedly told DCS that he had never spanked Sebastian and that he did not understand why Sebastian feared him becoming angry over the earlier essay disclosure. Seth's complaint points out that this statement conflicted with the earlier intake documenting previous corporal punishment and Sebastian's fear. The complaint alleges DCS never reconciled that contradiction. That matters because differing versions of events existed years before the public creator drama. Let me see. Oh, the hoodie, the green hoodie person from Roadhouse is who you thought of when you heard organized crime? That's interesting, KDP. Mm-hmm. Katie would only fall. Oh. You think, Kylie Ray? You think she's a gold digger? I don't know if she's a gold digger. I don't know. I've never really thought about her being a gold digger. Yeah, you're aware. Oh, right. All right, little Miss Sharon. Right, Taro. Exactly. Exactly. He knew why Sebastian feared him. There was no question of that. But of course, he's not going to tell the DCS lady that. And if you remember, when he had talked about the DCS lady, I have a video where I clipped him talking about that too, because that part of the interview that he did with Smiley, I feel like that was so flippin' important. Hold on. Let me pull up part of my video. Let me see. View your channel. Oh. Videos. Okay, I have to stop sharing this for just a minute so that I can pull this up. Ever since I pulled that picture up, it's been, my computer's been freezing. There we go. All right. Let me close out that tab too. Okay, so that should make it go a little bit better now. Okay, let me get this video here. What is the name of that one? Because when Chris was talking to Smiley, he said that Sebastian went to school and showed, and then he self-edited himself as he was talking and said told. Let me see. Let's see if I can find it quickly here. And is it this one? This is the part where he said showed. I think this is clipped good enough. And we've seen pictures of Sebastian with marks on him. Yes. Okay, and this is the one. Let me share my screen here. We're going to add this in here. And this is what makes me absolutely believe that Sebastian was not lying. And I don't believe that Sebastian is a liar anyway. So yay, Gigi. I feel like, I don't know. Like I said, Sebastian is very similar. From what I have heard from Seth and from Katie and from Chris's dumbass, about Sebastian, as they tell different things about him, even some of the denigrating stuff that they've said and the not so nice things that they've said about him, like a lot of what they've said reminds me of my own child, my own son. And like I said, my son is 3 months older than Sebastian, and my son doesn't lie, like he may, my earbud's dying. He may try to get out of something by not telling the whole truth. But as for lying to get somebody in trouble or saying something that isn't true that he knows would get somebody in trouble, there's no way. There is no way that he would do that. So, okay, let me make sure my microphone is still hooked to the right microphone. I think it is. Okay. So I don't think that Sebastian would lie to his school, to people that he went to, because he has been told that he can trust those people. If something happens, kids are told, tell your teachers, tell your nurse, tell your counselor, tell your principal. Those are people that are supposed to help the children that are having issues at home. So that's what Sebastian does. He doesn't bring Seth into it. My opinion, why? Seth was asked this, and my personal opinion of why I believe that Sebastian did not go to Seth about it is because Sebastian knew that Seth would be pissed. Not just pissed, he would be irate if he knew that Chris Proudfoot was putting his hands on Sebastian. And so I think Sebastian was protecting Seth by not telling him. He decided to tell the school instead. He decided to trust a teacher and tell them. So then they call DCS. Then Sebastian talks to DCS and he tells them. And then they go to the house. And this is what happened. This is what happened. Yes, KDP, right, exactly. And you would know, being a teacher, kids on the spectrum are very direct and factual. That it's part of their traits, I guess, Right, Taro, right. Okay, I just read your comment. Yeah, that's what I think too. And Kylie Ray, I think that Katie's wife number 5, right? Or no, wait. Is she wife number 6? Oh my goodness. He's been divorced. My brain hurts. I told you I have a headache now trying to explain that drama. That's why I don't do drama, okay? But I mean, I could see that. I could see that. And Gigi, I agree. I agree. KP is number 5. Okay, so he has 4 divorces, and that's wild to me too. That's wild to me too. And we heard what happened with Nina. Nina is the only one that has his child, and unfortunately, we have heard what Nina, unfortunately, has been through. We heard Nina's version. I don't think that Mr. Chris has ever shared his version of anything other than she smacked me while I was holding a baby, because they were protective orders. Chris had a protective order against him. I remember that. He admitted to that. I'm almost positive he had to take anger management classes. I'm going to find that. That is a goal of mine. Okay, I'm going to play this real quick. Maybe.
And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am. In fact, what, Mr. Chris?
Sebastian here. I'll just, like I said.
Now he's about to say he has nothing to hide because Mr. Chris he thinks he's always right. So of course he has to tell the story so he can degrade Sebastian some more. In my opinion, listen to the way that he degrades this child. Now put yourself in Sebastian's shoes, okay? You feel kind of helpless. You feel like you don't really feel safe, okay? With at least one of your parents at home, you don't feel totally safe. So you reach out. You reach out to people you're supposed to trust at school. Now listen to this story.
I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him.
Okay, so he said he got in trouble, but he didn't have his belt on. So he didn't get in trouble for not having a belt on. He got in trouble, and Mr. Chris was going to whack him on his butt with his own belt. Instead of using Mr. Chris's belt, he was going to use Sebastian's belt. But Sebastian didn't have a belt on. So he got it, and then Mr. Chris says, "Whack, kind of got him." Like he was bragging about it. Like he was, yep, whack, kind of got him, I kind of whacked his ass. Yeah, like it's a fucking joke, okay? I told you guys I'm sick. My patience is very, very, very thin right now. I probably shouldn't be making this video if I want to be 1,000% honest with everybody, but I need to share this with you guys.
So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters, so the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house.
Okay, so he went to school and he told the teacher, right? The teacher has to report it. That's what children are supposed to do. They're supposed to be able to go to school and feel safe to talk to the adults at the school.
While we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house. 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house. He shows, he makes a report. They come to the house.
Okay, he shows and then he stops. He showed what? Did Mr. Chris leave marks? Is that what he showed somebody at school? Because he retracted that like pretty quick, right? Let me see if I can go back here. We're going to listen to this again. He shows, now he stumbles over his words a lot right here. So this is very, very, very important. Ready?
He shows, he makes a report. They come to the house.
He shows, so they make a report and they come to the house. Okay, so there we go. There's that. Let me go ahead and pull that down here and stop sharing. Yeah, he left out the well, I don't know if he said punching, but he left out that he hit him in the stomach. Yeah. So he said the CPS worker had been here before, or like he self-edited himself so many times, but that moment right there in that clip, just that clip alone, that is how Seth Rogers found out that DCS had been involved with his only child, his only son. That's how he found out. Not because Katie called and said, hey, I just wanted to let you know, Sebastian, went to school and said, and DCS came here and said, no. That's how he found out. Exactly, Gigi. What did he show? When he said that, like, yeah, oh, hey, it's you again. Yeah, like they're best friends. And then she apologized to him. So, I'm sorry, hold on one second. Okay, sorry. Like they were best friends, and then the worker, apologized to Mr. Chris after she said, now Sebastian, shame on you. How could you say that this nice Mr. Chris did anything mean to you? And then she looked at Mr. Chris and said, Mr. Chris, I'm so sorry that he lied on you. And Mr. Chris said, oh, it's okay. Ha 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 ha. And we sat down at the dinner table and I looked at him and said, ha ha, see, I told you. And laughed at him. So that's why this information that we learned in Seth's filing is so important. DCS failed Sebastian. Right. Hey, I know why you're here. Mm-hmm. And the DCS worker was like, nope, don't tell me. Don't tell me. The kid's lying, right? And Chris said, yep, you got it. The kid's a liar. So she yelled at him, apologized to Mr. Chris, and left. Oh, dear. I get so frustrated. Right, Deborah. Right, exactly. And then imagine having the people that you go to that you are told that you are supposed to be able to trust make you feel that fear even more and get that confirmation that you aren't believed. And then the person who hurt you, who physically hurt you, gets a pat on the back and an apology. Poor Sebastian. Like, that's not fair. It's just not fair. I cannot, like, oh my gosh. I cannot imagine what Sebastian was going through, knowing that he's already going through the 15-year-old shit, right? And again, I'm thinking of my own son. I know what he has struggled with. We know that Sebastian wanted friends. That's all he asked for, was friends. So going through the average 15-year-old stuff, and then having an abuser in your home. And I believe when I've heard people say that Chris wasn't allowed at the house, I believe it. It hasn't been proven. We haven't seen any factual information to prove it, but I believe it. When Seth was explaining that when Sebastian was with him, Katie would go to the RV with Chris. Because why? It makes sense, right? Chris was told he wasn't allowed in the home. But that would involve knowing what was in the most recent DCS reports. And I don't think we know any of that yet, right? Exactly, Kylie. Exactly. Right, Sam? Oh, I agree, Taro. I absolutely agree. Yep. And Gigi, I feel you. I think that that's why Sebastian's case was so important to me, because of my own child. You know, I see my own son, and there is no fucking way that I would be in Katie's shoes. There is no way. I would be homeless, living any place else but with him. You put your hands on my kid, you better fucking run, okay? You better be faster than me. That's all I gotta say. There's no way. Mm-mm. And Gigi, that could be possible too. That could be very possible. Maybe he wasn't told that he couldn't come to the house. Maybe he was choosing not to come to the house. Yeah, there was still an open case, allegedly, from what we've heard, right? So, okay, let's keep going here. We're almost at 4 hours. I'm going to have to skim through these correlations here and try to get through the rest of this card pool. I've loved this stream. This has been amazing. You guys are awesome. I wonder who's lurking right now. Lurkers say hi. We got 44 and watching. I am interested to know who's all here. I love my lurkers too. Most of them. There might be some lurkers in there that we know of, but we're not fond of too, so. Right, Gigi? There's no way. There is no way. Kay filed court docs on Seth alleged abuse, but not on CPS. Right, Sam. Yeah, we watched. So I made a video a while back, and I played it earlier in the live stream of Katie's allegations. The only reason why I believe she did it was because, one, it gave her a temporary protection order. Two, it made Seth have to move out of the house, and she was the breadwinner at the time. And so she knew it was going to make him homeless, which is why I think she did it. Because then when they go to court, we laid this all out earlier, but I know you came in later. When they went into court, she was denied the protection order. Seth was given equal custody of Sebastian in the divorce, even though he was homeless at the time. And even though she had made all of those allegations against him, he still got equal custody. So, and hi, Opal. Good to see you. Right? Hey, lurkers. Hey. How you doing? Oh, thank you for being here. You guys are awesome. Hey. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. I feel like I'm trying to be so careful with my words though. So like I hate dead air. That is one of my big things. I like the people who talk faster and who don't take forever pulling shit up. And here I am like stuttering and pausing and muting and so I apologize for that. I'll get into it though. This is only my second live stream in like the last year. So, I'm trying to get back on my game, but oh, Sam, you'd be surprised. Oh, you'd be surprised. I appreciate that, Sam. You're so nice. Thank you, Sam. Oh, I'm loving this. I am so loving this. Like, I love it, even though it takes me a few minutes to do, certain things. And we had some issues with my microphone and I was coughing in your ears and all that earlier. I'm loving it. This is one of my top 5 favorite things to do. Like I love being live. I love chatting with you guys. And I'm long-winded, so being in the chat and being on the panel are 2 totally different things. I like it up here because I don't have a limit on characters. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yup. It does. It gets to you. I swear I have to go pee like 5 times before I go live because my anxiety is so bad. That is one of the main things that happens when I get super anxious is I have to go pee. I know, TMI. Okay, I'm sorry, but it's true. Thank you, Loma Sharon. Thank you, Kylie. Stop it. You guys are gonna make me blush. Stop it. Sam, you girl, you get them, okay? I will say you are passionate. Okay? I will say that. And that's respectable. Okay? When you believe something, you get passionate about it. I don't know about mean, but passionate, I think, is a better way to describe you. That's right. Hit the thumbs up or down. If you don't like what I'm saying about you, Mr. Chris, hit the thumbs down. It's okay. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I have to cough again. See, hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me see. Arlene. Is Tarot of Hope, is your name Arlene? I think that's what I'm gathering. I think Kylie knows you. Welcome in. I love meeting new people too. I like getting everybody's perspective. I like hearing the different perspectives from people and just it helps me see things from a different point of view. So I think those allegations Kay had on Seth was projection. You know what, Sam? That's why at that point I don't think that he had put his hands on Sebastian yet when Katie wrote that. I believe that it was projection from Chris writing it. And yes, he wrote the parent plan. So I agree. I think that he wrote that allegation list also. I agree. That's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. Oh, Sam, thank you. Girl, like I have my other channel that I did, my art channel before I started this channel. And I used to do like 10 to 12 hour live streams, and I would stand at my craft desk the entire time I was live. And people were like, how do you do that? How do you stand up the whole time? Like, I had to because my back. Now my back is so bad that I have to sit, but I have a chair at both desks, at this desk and my craft desk in my craft studio. But it's great thinking back on all the times that we've chatted, this channel or that, all the people that I've met and the conversations that we've had and the information that we've learned and shared and the people that we've helped and prayed for and, just been there, been a shoulder for, or, like, I love it. I love it. Like, that's why I like to be live. That's why I enjoy live streaming so much. It's for multiple different reasons. It's not just one. It's definitely not the money, but it's multiple reasons. And I try to be thorough. That's one of my main pet peeves too. Like, I don't like when people try to put something out as a fact when they have no proof to back it up. Like, I remember when one of the first few times that I was in true crime genre, and I know, I'm sorry, we're doing squirrels. I'm gonna have to play the squirrel video. And Sam, I don't think you've seen my new squirrel video. It's my squirrel and skelly video. I'll play it here in just a second. I realized that when people feel so strongly about something, they will say that their opinion is a fact just because they feel that strongly about it. And I'm sure I've probably done it in the past too. And then, being in true crime, though, you realize what is really fact and what is opinion, and they are not the same. Now, your opinion could be equal to a fact, but your opinion is not a fact. And a fact is not an opinion. And a fact can be proven and doesn't change. Your opinion can change. So it took me, I guess, a little bit to realize it like that. Being your Saturday is great for us Aussies, says there's not much to listen to. Right. Yes, little Miss Sharon. Yes. And that's what I like. I like being live at this time because it's like around here it's calmer and quieter, and it works out great for you guys, right? Me too, Gigi. Me too. I love this. I love it. I'm so thankful that you guys are all here. Let me see exactly what I meant. CP projection, because we have seen the way Seth handles pressure, and he don't snap or act out or anything. He's calm. Under times we would lose our issue. Right. Seth does really good. Like, he does really good. I've seen him blow up a couple times, when he's gotten frustrated, and there were a couple times that he acted out a little bit. But other than that, like, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Was it maybe misdirected irritation? I think, yeah, the one time that he went at Trevor Lee, I feel like that was kind of a little bit misdirected. But at the same time, I don't blame him for being frustrated at all. That's his right. And Kylie, that's what scares me. That's what scares me. Because obviously that anger management class that he almost definitely had to take, I'm still going to find that so I can prove it. But I say it with all confirmation that, like, I feel very, very sure that he had to take anger management. I'm going to find it. And thank you. Thank you for the sparkles. You're so sweet. When Tony passed away, I was affected emotionally. I was facing the fear of losing a parent being as young as his children are. Aww. Sam, I think that Tony passing away it affected a lot of people in different ways. I agree. And that's right. Feeling is not fact, but you have to find the path to prove it as fact. Yeah. That's right. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Loma Sharon, that's coming. I heard Lady Freedom say something about that when I was in her chat the other night. And she was talking about somebody had said make a Seth sandwich with Lady Freedom and me. Like, I don't know. Can Seth handle that? I don't know. We'll see. I'm down for it. I would be honored to do a live with Lady Freedom, and I think that would be fun. Okay, here's our Squirrel and Skelly video. Okay, here we go. Isn't it so cute? Oh, I love it so much. I love it. Oh, awesome, KDP. Awesome. I love that. Whoop, whoop. Hopefully, your friend shares it around. Okay. Let me look at my notes here. We're going to get through this, I promise. We have less than 2 hours to go because I don't go over 6 hours. So we may have to do a part 2. That could be a possibility because we're only on gift, and that's only the 3rd card. Okay. Woo! Let me stop sharing that screen and put the picture back up here. I am so slow, but I love it. I love being able to chat with you guys like this. I don't even care. Okay, there's the picture back. And hi, Ava. Aww. I hope that the kitty feels better soon. I thought you said it was your son, KDP. So when you said that, so your friend, I thought you said your son. Gift, in my opinion, is someone buying love or receiving gifts to hush hush about something that was going on. That's, yeah. See, okay, so when I pulled the gift card and looked at the order of all of the cards together, gift could mean anything, right? Money, a favor, protection, information, recognition, attention, access. But the longer that I sat with it, the more I kept coming back to access. Like, access is extremely valuable in this genre, right? So imagine being a creator, covering this case, and then suddenly somebody directly connected to Sebastian's family contacts you privately. So then that gives you the one up, like you can say, I talked to the family. I know things that I can't tell you. It's a secret. I can't put it out yet. I have information directly from somebody involved, like certain things like that. Like it gives you that feeling of importance, like you're trusted or selected. You're different from the majority of everybody else who's covering the case. And it can influence how that person treats that source, right? So then you don't want to criticize that source, because that could cut off your gifts, right? So the gift can therefore become part of the devil, something. Yeah, like it could just go into a negative side of things. Oh, little Miss Sharon, thank you so much. Woo woo. Look at you growing the squad. And it went to people in the chat. Yay! I love it. Okay, Kylie and Arlene, right? Tarot of Hope, and Casey Chiefs for Life, and Red Shift 415, and Squid Z 1.0C. Welcome to the squad. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. That's so kind of you. Oh my goodness. Okay, I have a video for that. My timestamps are going to be cray cray, and I don't care. Let's see. Is it this one or this one? This one. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Loma Sharon. Building the squad one rock star at a time, baby. Whoop, whoop. Or 5 at a time in this case. Thank you. That's awesome. Almost the whole chat is green. That's so amazing. Thank you so much. I love it. I feel a little thrown off now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love it. I love it. I love it. I like that song too, right? Makes you want to shake your booty. I like the R&B, okay? I grew up in the 90s, 80s and 90s, but mainly like the 90s were like the music that touched my soul, okay? And it's the R&B hip hop style. Like that's me. I like it. Don't get it wrong though. I like some GNR too, which is the jungle video. And if we hit the goal, I'll play the jungle video before we end the live stream. So, and we have less than an hour and 50, well, yeah, less than an hour and 50 minutes. So I got to talk faster and focus more, I guess, or we're going to do a part 2. We're just going to have to do a part 2 because I'm not going to be able to do it. So just letting you know now, though, there's going to be most likely a part 2. Okay. So, okay. So like Nonsense had questioned why, Chris and ET were communicating information to GW, right? She said that she believed that GW may have been intentionally placed in the position where she could eventually repeat information publicly and then face backlash for it. So she kind of talked like she was worried that it was almost like a setup, right? And we don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what Nonsense said from her perspective. And that's interesting. That's an interesting perspective, right? Let me see. You were born in the 90s? Well, I wasn't born in the 90s. I'm almost 50 now. I was born in the 70s, but I was just a little baby in the 80s. And then I was a teenager in the 90s. I became a teenager in the 90s. And right, hammer time. Oh my goodness. I have a whole playlist of shorts that are a minute and under that are songs from the 80s and 90s. So if you just want to chill and get shit done and listen to 1-minute clips of songs from the 80s and 90s, go over to my playlist and hit play all. It'll just run through each one in order. Some of them might be duplicates, okay? I'm saying I have a few favorites. So Nonsense also had said that I believe she said she had an almost 3-hour-long conversation with GW about what Chris and ET had said to GW. And it was concerning to her. Okay. And then on December 10th, Nonsense read a message from GW saying that she feared being labeled a liar, placing false information on Sebastian, or having to clear her own name. And, like I said, Nonsense had repeatedly said that the information that she was sharing was hearsay and that she couldn't verify the majority of it, right? So the gift, I feel like, is access. So card 3, gift, means access to Chris, right? Do you guys agree? Do you think it's more than that? And by having access to Chris, then they get different gifts, right? They get the attention, they get the money, they get the views, they get the channel growth. All of that stuff comes with that. Then they have the reputation of, look, I talked to a family member. So the next case comes along, then the family member that wants their narrative pushed will try to contact that same creator, right? Mama Love, you're still here. Woo woo. That's right, KDP. I think they went to the salon and got, was it their nails or their eyebrows? Regardless, they went pampering together. Okay. Pampering together. They're besties now. Chris and Katie come over and hang out with them and all that. So, and I said this too in the reading video, every single creator that Chris talked to behind the scenes privately were creators that had to apologize to Chris and Katie. Am I wrong? Maybe GW. Maybe GW didn't. But I kind of feel like, so not doing drama, but talking about a little bit of the drama side of things, I kind of feel like the back and forth that GW has had with Brittney has been ongoing for so long. It's always been, anything you can do, I can do better. And so when Brittney started talking to Seth, it was like, almost like that was GW's way of getting on that same level with Brittney of, well, now I'm talking to Chris, So with her, I feel like it was a little bit different, but with the others, I'm not so sure about. With Nonsense, I'm not exactly sure why she spoke to Chris. I don't think she ever explained exactly why, because I don't think she knew herself. Jay, I don't think that she ever really had an issue with speaking to people that were related to cases. Jay's always been heavily true crime. And, I remember her talking to Don Wells when Summer was first reported missing. So to her, it was probably just like part of the norm. But the other people, I think that, and Jay had to apologize to Chris. Clue had to apologize to him. So maybe Lama Sharon. Nails and then later hair. Oh, okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah, the lying. Mm-hmm. When Seth went to the Proudfoot house, Katie and Chris's mom and sister were talking. Yeah, they were talking about jewelry. Mm-hmm. Yep. Not Sebastian, but jewelry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's very interesting, right? Yeah, more greed. Yep. Oh yeah, Smiley too. Smiley did well, I don't know if Smiley really apologized. I almost feel like Smiley apologized for being blunt. I don't know that she really no, I think she did kind of go through maybe like an apology tour of maybe I shouldn't have been so hard on you, maybe. But Smiley's pretty blunt. But I don't see Smiley as part of this group that is in the organized crime, or I don't even know, this group of creators. Did Smiley ever talk to Chris behind the scenes? I don't know. Right, Gigi. Yeah. Well, I think Jay went through a hard little section there for a little while where she kind of fell into what was going on, where it was attack everybody who questioned Chris and Katie. She fell into that. And I feel like she's dug her way out of that now, which I kind of always felt like she would, because she's been around true crime long enough. She's been on YouTube long enough. She knows the shit that gets played, and so I think that she kind of found her way out. So, and I don't know, I don't think she's ever talked about how many times she's talked to Chris either. Maybe she said a handful of times, but I can't remember exactly. But yeah, when kissing Chris's ass, I'm going to side-eye anybody who kisses Chris's ass, okay? Say that 5 times real fast at almost 5 o'clock in the morning, okay? Yeah, I like Smiley too, and I was confused when she apologized too, but I think I understood at the same time. She kind of wanted just to make amends with everybody because she is who she is, and I appreciate that. But it concerned me too. And that's what it feels like, KDP, right? It feels like, and Chris has never hidden his hate for Brittney. I mean, when he said that she could start a pew pew and that she could run through a field of D's backwards and still not be effed. And I'm sorry, who are you? Huh? That's something that I expect from some of those creators that go at Brittney. But for the stepfather of a missing child, Brittney has never said anything that anybody else hasn't said. Right? We've all questioned pretty much everybody. Sorry, I apologize. I had to cough again. We've all pretty much questioned everybody and everything. So I don't understand why the focus went so hard on Brittney, other than to take the focus off of Chris and Katie. Anybody who talks about Chris and Katie, this is what's going to happen to you. We're going to set an example with Brittney. That's kind of how it felt, right? And Brittney's a people pleaser. She wants to be good with everybody. I don't want to say she wants to be friends with everybody because I think that word gets overused, but she wants to be good with everybody. And so for Chris to get that irate, what the fuck? Where did that even come from other than getting attention? controlling the narrative. Well, Brittney's bad. Now I'm going to let all these creators that I'm talking to behind the scenes continue to run that narrative. Because didn't Chris and Katie get protection orders against another creator? But nobody went that hard at Bullhorn Betty, which I'm not saying anybody should. I'm not saying anybody should get hit like Brittney has at all. I think that it's bullshit. But Brittney wants to make everybody happy, and you can't do that. On social media, no matter where you are, you cannot please everybody all the time. It's not going to happen. So she has taken constructive criticism. She has taken disgusting criticism, and she's tried to better herself. And I've seen changes. I've seen a lot of changes in Brittney just in the 2 years almost that she and I have been associates on YouTube, So I think that that's why, one of the reasons why she became the target, as an example of, look what will happen to you if you question Chris and Katie. And Brittney is going to try to please everybody, so we're going to keep going at her, because all of us were talked about. At one point or time, when we did the party panels, and it was me, Brittney, Justin, Cher, John Q. There were multiple of us, that we would rotate out sometimes, and we would float on different channels, and we would have different people come up, and it was great. It was fun. It was hearing different perspectives. It was being able to have a mature conversation, even when we didn't agree with each other, and having that, I miss that. But when we did that, we were called the Mensa panel. We got reviewed and dog shit, talked about like dog shit, because we questioned Katie, who was the last person that was with her son when he vanished. That's normal. That's what you do in true crime. When you have a true crime discussion channel, you discuss the case and you look at all different possibilities and you question everything. And then you go where the focus, or you focus where the facts lead you. And that's what we did. And then I kind of quit streaming. It wasn't because anybody ran me away, but my grandbaby came first. My daughter was working, and, it is what it is. So I couldn't stream as much anymore, or at all, for a while. And it seemed like I just watched everything kind of crumble while I was gone. And it breaks my heart to see that shit. I haven't seen John Q in a while either. I went into a few of his lives, but it's been a while ago. A long while ago. I hope he's doing okay. But it makes me sad. It makes me sad. And so when Nonsense came out with this information, it was like red flags were just swinging everywhere. Like, whoa, Nelly, hold on. This is what we've been saying. This is what's been happening. And now we have kind of proof. I don't want to say too much proof, but now we have some proof that this is what was happening. All right, let's see here. I'm moving my mouse around on a different window, and I see that it's moving over my picture. They were good panels. I miss our party panels. If I can get back into the swing of things like this, doing a few lives a month, I want to start doing at least one party panel a month. It's just going to be trying to find people who don't fight and can do the panel and get along And I know it'll never be what it was because there's too many things that have happened right now. And so I know that it won't be what it was, but we should still be able to get a few different creators to hop on panel and do a party panel. So, right, Lil Miss Sharon? Exactly. Exactly. His hatred, I feel like, right? His hatred took the fun out of what we were doing over here, which is what I consider to be the normal side of true crime. I feel like the drama took over. I don't do crama, which is true crime and drama mixed together. I don't do that. Sorry. Okay. Arlene, okay. Sweet dreams. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. I'm going to have to end soon too. I'm not going to make it to 6 hours tonight. But I started too late. Right. Exactly, KDP. Exactly. And that's not okay. And Melly Moo, that's exactly what I feel like what happened. Caused the chaos. And like I said, what nonsense called them characters of chaos, I think is what she said, right? So I mean, we should be able to still get a party panel. We'll just have to do it differently. You know, we'll just have to move it around a little bit and do like 2 different groups of creators or something. But I'm down for it. Okay, I'm going to run through greed, which is what I heard. It's not one of the cards, but it's what I heard. So I'm going to run through greed, and then I think I'm going to stop. I wanted to get to caregiver, so I was at least to number 5, but that'll be 4 things. But okay, so greed wasn't a card. It was what I heard intuitively during my reading, and that makes me feel like that it may be a theme running underneath the entire reading. And greed doesn't mean like money. I think that ultimately money was one of the greedy payoffs, right? But yes, Lady Freedom can be included in our party panels. That's what I mean. Like we'll be able to work it out. We'll be able to get a few people to make a panel, to make a party panel. We will. Look, I got this background and I want to use it. I'll show you. Look. I got this one. I know you can't see it because the picture's in the way, but I don't want you to see the whole thing. Okay? I got that one and I got this one. Yep. There's your teaser. So I want to do a party panel. Okay? It's coming. So greed ultimately ends in money, right? But I don't think that's what it starts out with. I think that it starts out with the attention, the power, the control, the clout, the relevance, the information, the revenge, right? That access, the information, the relevance, the clout, the sympathy. Like there's many reasons why I believe these creators were greedy, even if they didn't realize that they were being greedy at the beginning. Like the greed took over, right? So for somebody connected directly to the case, the greed could mean control over the public perception, controlling the narrative, right? So it hits on each person. Different people can have completely different reasons for participating in that exact same chaos. And that's what bothers me. When tragedy becomes a marketplace, private information becomes currency. Access becomes currency. Loyalty becomes currency. And Sebastian should have never become currency. Okay, so then family card was next. Family card was number 4, right? So we had devil, organized crime, gift, and then family. And while I was doing the card pull, I heard the word greed. Okay, so family can represent loyalty or protection or reputation. Gigi, you're going to have to come and mop my floor too, because I'm entertaining you guys. I can't clean at the same time. Will you do that? Mama Love is going to do my laundry. If you can mop the floor, then I just have to find one other person to do the dishes, and we should be set to go. So family can mean reputation, protection, secrets, relationships, the desire to protect specific people. And in my specific interpretation, I strongly connect the family card with Chris wanting to protect his family, specifically his wife, Sebastian's caregiver, Katie. So it doesn't obviously name Katie in there anywhere. I'm giving that name to that, right? But we have family, and then the cards that come after, caregiver, and then later we have spouse or partner. And Katie sits at the intersection of all of those roles, right? She's Sebastian's mother. She's his caregiver. She was Chris's spouse. Like, it all fits really, really well. Katie P, you'll do my floor? Oh, and Gigi will too. That I have a vacuum and a mop. We have wood floors and carpet. So come on, girls. Come on over. Come on over. Come on over, baby. Mama Love, you'll do the dishes too? Well, hot damn. See, I'll be able to keep streaming then, because the house will be clean and I won't have to. That'll be awesome. Teamwork. I love this. Yes, little Miss Sharon. Exactly. Exactly. Chris is like, his greed is wanting to cover up. He's wanting to control the narrative. That's where his greediness comes in my opinion, right? So, okay. So the filing. Seth's complaint says Sebastian primarily lived with Katie, right? And Chris, but there was another parent, Seth. According to the complaint, Sebastian had previously told DCS that he felt safe at Seth's home. Then during the May 2023 abuse investigation, Seth alleges DCS never notified him that the investigation was even happening. They didn't interview him. They didn't offer Sebastian placement with Seth, despite Seth having joint physical and legal custody. That creates another interpretation of the family card. Not one unified family, a divided family. Different households, different adults, different information, different relationships with Sebastian, right? I do. We have carpet. Well, we have carpet. So it's not really carpet, KDP, but it is. So I bought a remnant and I use it as a rug on top of our hardwood floors. So we don't have to move it to like clean under it. We don't do that, but we just vacuum it. Like, we treat it like carpet. So that's why I said both. The rest of our house is hardwood floors or ceramic tile or, steam. I have a steam mop and a vacuum and it works great. Let me see. That's right. I love it, Gigi. Thank you. Or over KP only wanting her to himself. KDP, that's possible too. So wasn't there allegations in the document also that Chris had said that he Something about Sebastian no longer being on this earth? Good morning, Taylor. Did you sleep well? Yes, we're still on. We're almost done. I have to wrap it up soon. My grandbaby is still awake. I cannot believe it. She took a long nap today, and I think that's the only reason why. But I have to get her back on her schedule because school starts Wednesday, and now it's Sunday. It's going to be a mess. Oh, my goodness. Mimi's not going to ever get any sleep. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep it under 5 hours, which means we have 19 minutes left. Okay, so I'm going to keep going as quickly as I can to get through as much as I can here. Okay, so caregiver was next. Caregiver was number 5. Caregiver represents somebody responsible for another person's safety, right? A mom, a dad, a step-parent, a relative, a professional caregiver, anybody who is entrusted with care, even a babysitter. So my intuition made me believe that this had to do with Katie, right? I'm not saying that the card means Katie. I'm saying I believe it means Katie. I feel caregiver represents Katie. I'm saying that she naturally fits the role identified by this card, right? So then the section in the filing is super important when it talks about a call made to the DCS Child Abuse Hotline on May 3rd, 2023. This report involved allegations of physical abuse by Chris. The intake reportedly alleged comments about pushing Sebastian against a wall when he misbehaved and reported that Sebastian said Chris had hit him in the belly. That's what we had talked about earlier, right? That's right, Gigi. He did. He did. He asked Seth, what if this goes south? Meaning Sebastian is deceased. Yep. So on May 8th, the DCS caseworker went to the Proudfoot home, which is what I believe we just heard Chris telling us about. Now, is this the first or the second visit? I'm not 100% sure. This, I think, was the second, right? Because Sebastian told the caseworker that Chris made him wear a belt every day. And he said that when he was not wearing the belt, Chris asked him to lift his shirt and he smacked him in the belly with the back of his hand. So then DCS talked to Chris, and according to the record quoted in Seth's complaint, Chris acknowledged that he whacked Sebastian in the belly with the back of his hand after learning Sebastian was not wearing a belt. Chris reportedly explained that Sebastian needed the belt because he needed to begin wearing pull-ups. But Chris also said that he never physically harmed Sebastian. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I hit the kid in the stomach, but it was just with the back of my hand. I never physically assaulted him. I'm sorry, what? You just said you hit him with your hand. That's physically harming a child. You don't hit a child with the back of your hand, the front of your hand, the tip of your hand, the back of your ass. I don't care. You don't hit a kid. Fucking bitch boy. Especially one that's special needs. Fuck you forever for that. Whew. Good morning, Sassy. Hey, right, Gigi, don't be mad. Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. Yep. And you're right, Millie. Seth was not acknowledged as a primary caregiver also. He had equal custody of Sebastian. Sebastian lived with Katie because of school, but he was going to be living with Seth soon, but that was never brought up to DCS. Well, okay. So this says, let me see, May 8th of 2023. DCS spoke with Katie also, and according to the complaint, Katie told the investigator that they had been working with Sebastian on telling an entire story because Sebastian would tell, quote, bits and pieces to a story to fit his narrative. She also reportedly said that she had no concerns that Chris had smacked Sebastian's belly with an intention to hurt him. I'm sorry, what? I can understand not getting a full story. My son is the exact same way. I tell his girlfriend all the time, I'm like, I like when you tell the story because you tell the whole thing. Like, my son will tell me things, but it was like, I have to piece together the story and I have to ask a bunch of questions to get the full story. So that part I get, right? That part I understand. But no concern? No concern. So Sebastian tells bits and pieces of the story, right? And then we go think about the card that was pulled later, dismemberment, bits and pieces, fragmentation. Huh. Interesting. Okay, I'm reading chat here. Right? FUCP. Yes, KDP. Exactly. Oh, Sassy, we've been going, girl. We've been going. This has been like, I love these conversations with you guys. Tonight has been amazing. Gigi, I think so. I think that it's obvious that he was mentally and physically. Yep. 3 months. Yep. Just makes me so sad. Like, and yeah, he got it. Ooh. Like, why? Why? What? That's okay, Sassy. We've been very productive. You can watch the replay. Whoop whoop, replay crew. Because we have 11 minutes. Well, I'm trying to get through this to wrap it up because I want it to stay under 5 hours now because it's 5:19 a.m. So I got to end this. I just don't understand how anybody can hurt a child. I know people do it on a daily basis, but I will never be able to comprehend why. Never. As frustrated as I have gotten with my own children, as frustrated as I've gotten with other people's children. I mean, I've worked with kids since I was young. Like, I started babysitting very, very young. I was 12 years old when my mom went back to work after she had my youngest brother. I was 12. I was almost 13, but I was 12. My brother was 5, and my new baby brother was 2 weeks old, and my mom went to work. So at least 12. And I started babysitting before that. My cousin, my youngest cousin, was born when I was 11, and I would babysit him before he ever turned a year old. There is no way that I could ever intentionally hurt a child. There's no way. Like, I've patted my kids on the butt or smacked their hand, and I feel bad about it later. Like, as soon as I do it. I couldn't imagine hitting a kid in the stomach for not having their belt on. I can't imagine hitting them with a belt. Like I said, fuck you forever for that, Chris Proudfoot. Okay, so Seth's complaint then says something else that becomes relevant to Caregiver. Seth alleges that if DCS had interviewed him, he would have told investigators that Sebastian had expressed being more comfortable with Seth than Chris and feared that Chris would hurt him if he disclosed what had been happening. Seth also alleges that he would have told DCS that Chris ridiculed Sebastian concerning his previous essay. And then Seth made a specific allegation involving Katie. He alleged that Katie had repeatedly expressed frustration and hostility towards Sebastian and told Seth that she was fed up with his ongoing bathroom accidents. The complaint connects those bathroom accidents to the trauma symptoms documented by Sebastian's therapist. This portion is Seth's allegation about what Katie had told him. So that information is not in the DCS report. That is coming from Seth. Hi, Justice Jane. Good morning. It's not the same thing as a DCS investigator independently documenting Katie saying those words directly. So I want to, be clear about that. But Seth has now formally made that allegation in federal court. Federal. Okay. We just went through Katie's allegations against Seth, believed that those were all bullshit. But I believe Seth. It matches with the DCS reports. I believe it. So we're gonna, let's see, we have 7 minutes. Okay, so then the next card, number 6, is celebrity. Okay, now I don't believe that celebrity means the traditional fame. I know that Cher had said in the live stream that she thought about Dog the Bounty Hunter being associated with the case in the celebrity card, which that could be, right? But in my reading, I believe it means public attention, YouTube, the media, the clout, the status, the recognition, the being able to manage the image, right? Creators covering Sebastian became recognizable within the little community here. Being directly connected with the family could elevate somebody's perceived status even more. So now they are not merely covering the case, but they're an insider, or at least they appear to be. I also believe the celebrity status represents Chris. Through the interviews, the creator appearances, the statements, conversations, he became a public figure within Sebastian's case. He chose to become the public figure, right? Public visibility gives someone an opportunity to shape how others see them. So to me, celebrity means public image. And let's see. So there was the lawsuit that happened with the 10 plaintiffs against the 2 defendants, right? And Granny's Watching was one of those 2 defendants. That happened October of 2024, and Nonsense said that GW contacted her on December 5th and said that she needed to talk urgently. And Nonsense said that GW reports that both Chris and ET had contacted her, told her disturbing things. That's when she said that GW said that she felt like she may be either labeled as a liar putting out false information on Sebastian, or that she would have to publicly clear her name. And then Nonsense also shared that some of these creators went to the Proudfoot home. They were in the Proudfoot home. Then we've also heard that there was Sebastian's trauma journal. That's good, Taylor. Awesome. Definitely a good thing. So Sebastian had a journal that he wrote some things in there that were traumatizing to him. And allegedly, Chris and Katie shared some of those journal entries with some of these creators. That's something else that we kind of have learned through this process. So Nonsense also said that information was being dangled through creators concerning certain things like the journal or letters, and says that she thought, in her opinion, certain theories about Sebastian were being intentionally escalated. So that's her interpretation, but kind of makes sense. And then February of 2025, Nonsense discusses creator relationships, legal players, public optics, and information that she continues to characterize as something that could not easily be vetted. But then you put that with the DCS history. We have September 2022, Sebastian's fear concerning disclosure is documented according to the complaint. May of 2023, the physical abuse investigation. May 11th of 2023, DCS closes that case as no services needed. February 26th of 2024, Sebastian is reported missing. March of 2024, DCS conducts additional assessments. October of 2024, the creator litigation begins. December of 2024, according to Nonsense, private information is heavily circulating behind the scenes. Interesting timeline, right? That's awesome, Taylor. Good. How exciting. That's right, Sassy T. That's right. Look, we need to play this for that. Where is it? Here it is. Ready?
The popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo knocking at your door.
Let the hair down looking like a rusty AARP cheerleader. Sit down.
I love that. That clip will never get old. It will never get old. I love it. Oh my goodness. Pickles. Hi, Pickles. My favorite pickles. It's the good pickles. You know what? The other pickles has come around. Did you know that? You'll always be the good pickles, okay? Always. That's not even up for question, right? But I've seen that the other pickles is coming around. I actually unblocked her from my channel. So if she did want to chat in my chat again, I'm letting it happen. I don't give second chances, but I feel like some people see the light, you know? And so I thought, well, here we go. We'll see what happens. Me too, Justice Jane. Me too. But here's the thing. I don't see Seth giving up. I don't see him giving up. And I feel like something is going to happen one way or another. It may not be exactly what we want it to be. It may not be what we think it should be. I don't know if it will be Sebastian home alive and well, but I do believe that we'll have answers. There will be some type of justice. I'll put it that way. Well, enjoy your dinner, Melly Moo. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you so much. You have a raccoon? Wait, hold on. Let's stop there. Jane, you have a raccoon. And then we'll go to, you named one of your raccoons Mr. Pickles? That's cute. That's so cute. Oh, yay, Pickles! Oh, so at the beginning, didn't get a notification. Okay, so Pickles may not be hearing us right now, but yay, Pickles, when you get here. Thank you. If you didn't get notified for the live, I've always heard you're supposed to unsubscribe and then subscribe again and set the bell to all. And then you should start getting notifications again. So I've heard that that's what you do, and I've heard that that's what works. So that would be my suggestion. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. So we made it to card number 6, and we'll stop before we go into card number 7. So I'll run through. Again, we got devil, organized crime, gift, family, caregiver, and celebrity. So we still have to cover regret, dismemberment, spouse or partner, imprisonment, travel, egotism, and water. So not too shabby, right? Not too shabby. And that just means that I'm going to have to go live again soon because I can't make part 2 too far away from part 1, right? So, and we still have so many things to talk about, obviously, with part 2, because part 2 is equal, if not more, information than what we've already discussed here in this part 1, right? So yay! I just saw I had a mom raccoon and 4 babies. Aww. Raccoons scare me. They're so cute, but they scare me. You can't keep them inside, but you can have them as friends. I don't know that I'd want them to be friends. I have raccoon friends. They live in my sewer that's right out in front of my house, and they come out right about this time just before the sun comes up. Well, there was one day I was outside taking pictures of the moon, and I had gotten in my truck and was sitting there waiting on the clouds to move so I could take a picture of the moon. And I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and so I turn and look, and there are 3 huge fat ass raccoons coming out of the sewer. Like, They were huge. I don't know how they fit their fat ass bodies through there, but I'm sure it's like, a cat or a mouse, like their body slims down to the size of their head. But oh my goodness. They came out one by one and then ran in between my house and my neighbor's house towards the backyard. Yeah. So I was scared to get out of my truck because, I have an SUV and it sits up high. And so I opened the door and like kick my door, and then I kick my step thing, and I was like, I hope there's not a raccoon underneath my truck because I don't want it biting my ankles or something. That scared the shit out of me. And then I ran to my front door. Oh my goodness. So I have raccoons outside, but they stay outside and they are not my friends. Okay. Oh, thank you, Gigi. Jane, no, I have not. I cannot follow the Clancy trial. I can't do it. It's too heavy for me. I can't do it. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. You have 6 raccoons outside? Do they let you touch them? Or do you just like feed them and watch them and stuff? I remember my grandmother used to have a raccoon that would always come on her back patio because she had outdoor cats. And so she'd put dry food out there for the cats and the raccoons would come up and eat it. And my mom watched a show. I know it's popular. It's a popular clip, but I don't remember what show it's from. But it's where the woman thought that she had a cat on the back porch, but it was a raccoon. And they used to always joke around and say, pretty kitty, when it was the raccoon out back eating the cat food. Oh, 2 mamas with 2 babies each. Then Mr. Pickles and Jane. Oh, that's so cute, Jane. Oh, they came in your doggy door? Oh my gosh, Gigi, I would piss myself. Oh my goodness. I had a chipmunk come in my house and that was enough for me, okay? And that was a little itty bitty chipmunk. No way. Oh, yeah, it is. It's so heavy. It's so heavy. I can't. I feel for that woman and I know what she did was wrong, but I also understand that she had like I don't feel like her defense is just an excuse, I guess. And I don't even know exactly what her defense is, but that's the feeling that I get from it. And I feel like she is legit, like she's not making up excuses for what she did. But that's just my intuitive side, I guess, because I refuse to watch anything about it. I've seen like thumbnails and titles and that's it. So they're your friends. That's so cute. On a screened-in porch, I would still piss my pants. Like, no, I'm sorry, what? Did they find their way back out the doggy door? Or did somebody have to go around and open the big door so that they would go back out? He likes to play with your shoelaces. See, I would be scared that he would bite my ankles. No, I can't do it. Oh, I can't do it. Right, they're sneaky and little thieves. I know they get in our trash. Like, we can't throw away any food or meat or, anything like that because they will dump over our huge, big trash bins to get the food out of it. They're strong, too. Okay, so now we're at 5:08:52. So we're going to get wrapped up here. Let me stop sharing. Stop sharing. Come on. It keeps freezing my screen. Oh my goodness, the orbs are crazy in the other room. Come on, what are we doing? They got in your rocking chair after eating all of the cat food? Did they rock themselves to sleep? Oh my goodness. I couldn't do it. Nope, not me. I would be scared. I'd get my husband like, you go ahead. Put your chaps on so they don't bite your legs. Oh my goodness. You're not watching either, Little Miss Sharon. It is, it's rough, right? Like that's one case I gotta skip. That Ohio case, I couldn't do that one either. Like I refuse to watch anything about those two cases. It's hard. Like right now, I don't know that I can do any more children cases at this time, you know? And they'll let you feed them bread and you have toys for them. Well, that's cute, Jane. That's cute. You keep them there, okay? Send them to Gigi's. She'll rock them to sleep and feed them cat food. Oh, all right. You guys, thank you so much. Let's see here. Now, we didn't meet the goal, but that's okay. We had one super chat from Miss Holly, and then we had some jewels. Mama Love gave some stars. Tarot of Hope gave that cute little doggy. Oh my goodness, that was so cute. Mick Recovery gave some jewels, the floating heart, gorgeous thing. Gigi gave the stars. Mick Recovery became a member. Kylie gave the sparkles. Little Miss Sharon gifted 5 members. Woot woot. I think I used all of my members in my last. Oh no, wait. It's a new month. I was live last month. Holy shit balls. Hold on to your seats. I'm going to give out 5 memberships. Here we go. Are you ready? Here they come. There they are. Oh my goodness. Yay. Let me get back over here. We got Sassy, Pickles, Tickled Pink, Read Deeply, and Gina Stevens. Welcome to the squad. Whoop, 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 whoop. Look at Gigi. I love those little things when you put those in the chat. Those are so pretty. I can't be that creative. Yay! We're going to get the whole chat green. Okay. That's my goal. Green makes your butt look amazing. Okay. So green is the way to go. Right? Yup. So there you go. Now you 5 have amazing bouquets. Yup. And the 5 that Little Miss Sharon gifted, you 5 now have amazing bouquets too. Okay. All right. Now, woohoo! Welcome to the squad. Let me see. Let's play some giggles. We need a palate cleanser. We talked about some heavy shit tonight. Let's do a little quick minute worth of giggles. She's so cute. I love her so much. I'm gonna have to go in there and rub her back and get her to fall all the way to sleep, because right now she is just not doing it yet. So I'm gonna play the victim song, which is a reminder of why we are here. So we get the giggles to get the smiles, right? But I don't want us to lose focus of why we're here, right? The giggles remind us how much our babies mean to us, right? All children should be protected. All children, no matter their age. I want to continue to be able to spread awareness about these victims and survivors. And this song is a little heavy, so we're going to do this, and then we'll do one more palate cleanser before we end. So, but I want to play this song just as a reminder.
I've been in the moments where silence lingers, dust on frames and empty chairs, names still carved in weathered timber, but no one's left to meet anyone there. Some leave too soon, some seem too far, sun shines so bright, they burn like stars. We hold on tight, but time unwinds, and all we're left with is their light left behind. I've heard the prayers behind closed curtains, soft goodbyes that crack the night. Love don't fade, it just keeps searching through the dark to find the light. Our time is short, too brief to waste it. Not one heartbeat should be neglected. Make the best memories each chance you get. Don't hold regret, just don't forget. Some leave too soon, some seem too far. Some shine so bright, they burn like stars. We hold on tight, but time unwinds, and all we're left with is their light left behind. Don't ask why the wind stops blowing, or why the good ones go away. We are meant to know the ending, just to love them while they stay. Some leave too soon, some seem too far, but their names still echo in our hearts. We hold on tight through loss and time, and all we're left with is their light left behind. Yeah, all we're left with is their light left behind.
I love that song. That was one of my favorite videos that I've made. And it took me that long to find where the QR code was in my backstage here to take it off of the screen. So I apologize. It was up there for part of that, but I couldn't find it, and I finally did. So I love that song. I love it, love it. Me and AI wrote it together. So, okay, now we're gonna do, let's see. I don't know what we're gonna do. Do I have any other ones that I haven't played for you guys? Oh, we got to do this one. Oh. Bye. Had to do that one because he's full of
a bullshit, a bullshit, a bullshit, a bullshit.
Bullshit.
The only thing you should be following is the law, pal.
Follow the law, pal. Stop lying, pal. Big old liar. Okay, so that's it. That is it. I'm going to play this and then I'm going to play my outro and end it. Thank you guys so much for joining and hanging out tonight. It's been amazing. I love you guys bunches and bunches and bunches. Hi, Veronica. Hello. Welcome in. We're ending, but the replay is always available. Go back and watch anything that you might have missed. Go back and watch it again and leave comments below about things that you think of on the second time of hearing it. I do that often. And I will go back and try to timestamp it. So if you want to reference this for any reason, you can come back and reference it with those timestamps. So I'm going to play the Sebastian missing video and then my outro. So thank you so much. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is a 15-year-old autistic Caucasian male who was reported missing February 26, 2024 from the Stafford Court area of Hendersonville, Sumner County in Tennessee. Sebastian is 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighed approximately 113 pounds at his last checkup, has sandy brown short hair, brown eyes, and may be wearing glasses. Sebastian was allegedly last seen on February 25, 2024 around 9 p.m. when allegedly his mom told him to go to bed. He was allegedly wearing a long sleeve black shirt with a picture on the front, black track pants with a white stripe down both sides, and he was barefoot. If you have any credible information about the whereabouts or the case regarding Sebastian Rogers, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND or 615-451-3838. Where is Sebastian Rogers? Please help bring him home. Well, that's all I have for you for this stream. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know we don't discuss rainbows and puppies, so it's hard to hear this stuff. It's unfortunately the reality of the wicked world we live in, and these are the monsters that walk amongst us. The positive side is, not only do we get the honor to share a victim's face, life, and story, but we get to learn from these cases. We get to learn about the red flags in each and every case. This collection of red flags will help us keep our families safe because we'll be able to detect dangerous people and situations much better. We have the privilege to learn from these cases. Now, a few thank yous are in order. Please thank our mod squad for keeping our chat running smoothly and respectful. Welcome again to all of our new squad members. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to each one of you who sent a super chat or gifted a membership to help our squad grow. Thank you to the very special people who sent me a tip on Cash App or who bought me a coffee. You keep me going, and I appreciate your support so much. I appreciate each one of you for being here tonight and for smooching the thumbs up, even the lurkers who don't chat, although I do wish that you would consider chatting next time we don't bite too hard. Now, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching till the end. Make sure that you leave a comment with the hashtag SSSquad so that I can personally thank you in the comment section. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.